Actions that we have, and also your wagering possibilities. If you'll turn to race one, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. And there'll also be daily double wagering on races 1 and 2. Daily double on 1 and 2. And we still need to know who's driving number 4, SM Hugo. Turn to race 2. Race 2 will be the second half of that daily double along with race 1. There will be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Race 2, number 7, Tom Power. Make the driver Greg Bateson. Greg Bateson will drive number 7, Tom Power. Turn to race 3. Race 3, there will be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Race 3, number 3, the biggest affair. Make the driver Emma Wahlberg. Emma Wahlberg will drive number 3, the biggest affair. Number 5, Tails Never Fails. Change the driver to Pierce Henry. Pierce Henry will drive number 5, Tails Never Fails. Turn to race 4. Race 4, there will be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Turn to race 5. Race 5, there will be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Turn to race 6. Race 6, there will be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Race 6, you may scratch the number 5 horse, School Kids Fast Girl, scratch sick. Scratch the number 5 horse, sick. Turn to race 7. Race 7, there'll be win, place, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Race 7, number 4, Bella Rain. Change the driver to Pierce Henry. Pierce Henry will drive number 4, Bella Rain. Turn to race 8. Race 8, there'll be win, place, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Race 8, number 2, Big Head Fred. Make the driver Mark St. Louis Jr. Mark St. Louis Jr. driving number 2, Big Head Fred. Turn to race 9. Race 9, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Race 9, number 1, Noble Dale. Change the driver to Drew Neal. Drew Neal will drive number 1, Noble Dale. Turn to race 10. Race 10, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Race 10, number 2, Extra Easy. Make the driver Ryan Stahl. Ryan Stahl will drive number 2, Extra Easy. Turn to race 11. Race 11, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Turn to race 12. Race 12, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Turn to race 13. Race 13, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Race 13, number 7, Scarlet Cat. Change the driver to Drew Neal. Drew Neal will drive number 7, Scarlet Cat. Turn to race 14. Race 14, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. Race 14, number 2, Frankie's Beach Boy. Make the driver Jennifer Main. Jennifer Main will drive number 2, Frankie's Beach Boy. Turn to race 15. Race 15, there'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering. And those are the only changes and corrections that we have at this time. We need a representative of Kurt's Ace Hardware trackside after the first race for the trophy presentation.
The Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association presents Ohio County Fair Racing. Ohio County Fair Racing is presented by the Ohio Veterinary Medical Center, Big D Tack and Vet Supply, Dublin Valley Farms, Stable.ca, and Midland Acres. Now let's go trackside for all the action.
Well, good evening, racing fans, and welcome to Napoleon, Ohio, the Henry County Fair. I'm Doug Ballinger. Matt Clark will be joining us with some comments tonight. He's on the camera. Ashley Daly is here tonight from the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association. Ashley, it's 84 degrees in Napoleon, Ohio.
And the sun is shining. Doug, I think this is the first time. Is this the first time we're on air together?
This year? Well, I don't even know. I don't even know ever.
I don't, because, I mean, we work a lot of fairs.
At the Jug,
okay.
We have been, yes.
Makes sense. Well,
Jug Week.
Happy to be back. We see each other at a lot of fairs, but we're just not on the mic.
And I'm going to tell the story. I've been calling races so long, especially at the Champaign County Fair. Your mom was the outrider, and you were not even around yet.
Yeah, that is true. I think you brought that up not too long ago. But it looks like, Doug, we...
Getting ready for a post parade?
Sure thing. Here is Bill with the post parade of the first.
I start printing post parade for race 1. This is the first division of the 3-year-old colt pace. Going for a purse of $4,447 and a blanket courtesy of Kurt's Ace Hardware. Number 1 is See You at the Smoke. Owned and trained by Mike Lee of Rudolph, the driver, Pierce Henry. Number 2 is Mr. Legend. Owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, the driver, Nick Clegg. Number 3 is Quigley L. Owned by Pat Malloy Jr., Lisa Goslin, Logan Malloy, all of Eaton, trained and driven by Pat Malloy Jr. Number 4 is SM Hugo. Owned by Mike Metters and Tina Sutermeister of Pataskala, Ohio, trained by Mike Metters, the driver, Clifton Bell. Number 5 is Here's Popeye. Owned by Here's the Stock Incorporated of Bucyrus, Ohio, and Annie Wilfer Care of Gallion, Ohio, trained by Jessica McCown, the driver, Ryan Stahl. Number 6 is I Sure Be Quick. Owned by Mike Sweeney of Delaware, Ron King of Wyndham, and Marion Beachy of Sugar Creek, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver, Curtis Harper. Horses will take one score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes.
All right, we have 15 races on tap. Thanks for joining Doug and I at the Henry County Fair here in Napoleon. But, Doug, we went right through them yesterday, so why don't we go ahead and introduce our field of 6 for the first.
3-year-old colt pace for $4,447 from the rail. See You at the Smoke, Pierce Henry, Michael Lee. 3-year-old bay go to the son of Racine Hill out of the Mach 3 mare. Venture Pan yet to find the win circle this year. Last year, $69,000. Slow start for the one. See You at the Smoke.
Nick Clegg will drive the 2, Mr. Legend, for trainer-owner Betty Clegg. This is a 3-year-old gelding by Bit of Legend in. Most recently at Croton, had a 3rd place finish, ended up going that mile in 2:02.1. 22 starts this season for the 3-year-old with 1 win, 1 second, and 5 third place finishes. Took a mark just last year up at Northfield in 1:54.1.
The 3 Quigley L, Pat Malloy Jr., owns and trains a 3-year-old bay go to son of Fear the Dragon out of the Arch Place mare. What's wrong with that? 14 starts, 3 seconds, 2 thirds, $24,000 lifetime, $8,100 this year. Started Monday night. You saw this horse race at the Miami County Fair in Troy. Line to be announced, but before that, on July 31st at Wapak, finished 5th, beaten 18, paced his mile in 2:03.3.
Say for Quigley L, Doug, he did end up 3rd. At Troy, so coming off of a 3rd place finish, the mile went in 2:01.3. All right, Clifton Bell will drive the 4, SM Hugo for Mike Meters. This is a another gelding by Bit of Legend in. Now, if this colt has had a couple of miscues, actually the last start at Croton, but 3 back, did have a 2nd place finish at Northfield and the Summit County Fair, ended up going final quarter 29.2, mile time 1:57.2. Chris Presley was in the bike for that start. However, just 9 starts lifetime for this gelding, still looking for that first lifetime win.
The 5, Here's Popeye, Ryan Stahl. This is our post-time favorite to 3-year-old bay gelding by Bit of a Legend. 3 wins, 4 second, a third, 36,000 this year. Winner at Scioto, 53-1.
Rounding out our field and starting from the second tier, we have the 6, I Sure Be Quick, Curtis Harper, in the bike for Mike Sweeney. This is a gelding by Do Me That Again. Most recently coming off of a third place finish at Attica, ended up going in 2:03-2. 9 starts on the season for I Sure Be Quick, looking for the first lifetime win, but has hit the board 4 times this year. All right, so there is our field of 6, first division of 3-year-old colt pacers. We will give it over to Bill Peters.
Here they come. The year off and pacing the first horse away at the rail is See You at the Smoke. In their second, that's Mr. Legend. Up on the outside third, now comes Here's Popeye. Between horses fourth is Quigley Al. Racing at the rail fifth is I Sure Be Quick. And the last horse is SM Hugo. As they head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Pierce Henry has See You at the Smoke on top by 2 lengths. Pacing in their second, that's Here's Popeye, driven by Ryan Stahl. A little farther back third comes Mr. Legend, driven by Nick Clegg. Racing in their fourth, that is Quigley Al, driven by Pat Malloy Jr. Fifth is I Sure Be Quick, driven by Curtis Harper. The last horse, SM Hugo, driven by Clifton Bell. First quarter paced in 28 4/5 seconds as they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time. That's Pierce Henry and See You at the Smoke, bringing the horses down toward the half. Sitting in the golden chair second, that's Ryan Stahl with Here's Popeye. Moving along third is Mr. Legend. Racing in their fourth is Quigley Al. I Sure Be Quick is fifth, and the last horse is SM Hugo. 6 pacers pretty well bunched as they race past the half-mile mark. That's still See You at the Smoke by a length and a half over Here's Popeye. First half paced in 59 4/5 seconds. The first horse to make a move is I Sure Be Quick from far back, and also on the move is SM Hugo. As they race toward that 3/4 mile mark, now Ryan Stahl's out and on the move with Here's Popeye. But See You at the Smoke answers the call and paces right on. That's See You at the Smoke with the lead. Now here's Popeye, 6 and 0's out in front on the outside. Between horses third is I Sure Be Quick. Along the rail fourth, Mr. Legend, and on the outside fifth, SM Hugo. 3 quarters in 1:30 3/5. That's Here's Popeye on the outside with the lead. Along the rail second, that's See You at the Smoke. Third is I Sure Be Quick. SM Hugo moving fourth. Back to fifth is Mr. Legend. As they race toward home, that's Here's Popeye on the outside. See You at the Smoke at the rail. Here's Popeye and See You at the Smoke. Here's Popeye on the outside. It's going to be Here's Popeye. And here they all come. See You at the Smoke up for place. Tight for show between SM Hugo and I Sure Be Quick.
2 minutes and 3.
A mile in 2 minutes and 3/5.
2 minutes, 3/5 for Here's Popeye. Ryan Stahl, this 3-year-old Bay Goto son, a bit of a legend out of the coast-to-coast Yankee mare. Elm Grove in a rush. 4th of the season. Class of the race, 53-1, sent off as the bettor's choice at 1-2.
Say I have them unofficially across the wire. Doug, we are pretty much right on.
We are on
the wire this afternoon, but unofficially across 5-1-6-4. But it was tight for show. So we will wait, of course, Bill Peters to give us that official. Here's Popeye.
28-4, 59-4, 130-3, 2 minutes, 3/5.
Say I will say, just kicking off day 2 here at Napoleon, that is the fastest opening quarter so far. We had a couple reach down to the 29 apiece yesterday, but 28-4 to opening quarter to get us started here this afternoon. Our winner takes his lifetime earnings up to about $56,000.
Bred by Midland Acres. Jessica McCowan trains. Here's the stock of Bucyrus and Annie Weifer Care of Gallion, Ohio, owning partnership.
Owned by Here's the Stock Incorporated and Annie Wilford Care, trained by Jessica McCown and driven to victory this evening by Ryan Stahl. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Kurt's Ace Hardware. And several people from the Ace Hardware are in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. Let's have a big hand here for Jessica McCown, Ryan Stahl, and here's Popeye and the Kurtz Ace Hardware, the donors of the blanket. Here are the official placings for race 1 from the top. Number 1, See You at the Smoke was 2nd. Number 2, Mr. Legend was 5th. Number 3, Quigley L was 6th. Number 4, SM Hugo was 4th. Number 5, Here's Popeye was the winner. At number 6, I Sure Be Quick was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 28 4/5. The half was in 59 4/5. The 3 quarters in 1:30 3/5, with a mile in 2 minutes and 3/5. From the top it should read 2:56 4:13, a mile in 2 minutes and 3/5.
Well, Ashley, it's on to the second race, 2-year-old filly trot. First of 3 divisions, total purse $14,022. This division for $4,674. We do have a driver's change to pass along in the second, the 7 Tom Power. Greg Bateson to drive the 7 Tom Power. If you have a program at home and are putting the results in and looking at that program, how can they get a program, Ashley?
Sure thing. Head on over to harnessracingohio.com. I'm sure some of our listeners know the drill by now. Those programs get put up about an hour before post time before every single card, and those are free. Always free for you to download and take a look as Doug and I go through 15 races this afternoon.
And we'll be back to take a look at this second race right after this.
When the Henry County Agricultural Society was formed in 1852, much of the land was still heavily timbered and uncultivated. The county is located in the northwestern part of the state in what used to be the Great Black Swamp. After the swamp was drained, it became some of the most fertile land in the United States. The first Henry County Fair was held in October of 1853 as a celebration of harvest. The 2-day event was hosted in an open field just outside of Napoleon, Ohio. The fair grew steadily, and by 1884, the grounds were complete with barns, a judge's stand, and a racetrack. The best crop and livestock around continue to be exhibited here. Farming remains the largest employer in Henry County, with 91% of the county as farm fields. The area is also Ohio's 3rd largest producers of wheat. Today, the Henry County Fair is a member of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference and hosts 2 days of live-action harness racing.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Welcome back to the Henry County Fair Day 2. In Napoleon, you are joining myself, Ashley Daly, and Doug Ballinger on the mic, and of the one and only Matt Clark behind the camera.
The one and only.
The one and only. And to say we have 15 races to bring you this afternoon. We are going to head next into race 2, but Doug, we have freshman trotters, sophomore pacers, a signature series, and a couple of divisions for our ladies.
Ladies pace, yep, they're always fun. The fans like the ladies race. You were here last night. Was the sun this bad?
Yes.
Absolutely. We had a couple clouds yesterday. Get a little break from it today. Not so lucky.
I know. We did have quite a bit of cloud coverage that at least gave us a little bit of a break. I know it probably sounds like we're whining, but this is brutal.
I'm showing a shot of the stands right now, how there's nobody in the first 5 rows because the sun's just beating in right where we're at.
You can see sweat beating off of
now,
our
last night at Troy, I was at the top of the stands, and it was nice and cool.
I think Troy has a really nice grandstand.
Yeah, they do.
Don't they have fans?
Yeah, they got what I can't say what they call them on air, but yeah, they do. They have several of those fans, and they just redid a refurbished thing of the grandstand, I believe, last year.
I say it is.
This
really
is about
nice.
my 8th or 10th year back in 1974 through probably 85. I called Troy before I had a chance to go to my hometown in Salina
Makes
at
sense.
Mercer County. So Steve Cross came in for me Monday night, the former voice of Hoosier Park, and then I did it last night.
I say today we are in this. What did we say? Yesterday, this grandstand is about 150 years old.
I would say so, yes.
It's in great condition.
Yes.
It's a nice little grandstand.
I wish it was on the other side of the track.
Yes.
I mean, did the folks 150 years ago not appreciate shade? Because I sure do.
Oh, but it does look like we have a handful of horses out for our second race. So we will make sure we turn it over to Bill here in a moment for the post parade. But this is a field of 7 coming up. If you are just joining us, we do only score 5 wide here at Napoleon. So we will have 2 trailers in our second race.
2-year-old filly trot, Ashley, for 4,674. Ryan Stahl will drive the 1, Muscle Swept. Ryan trains the 2-year-old bay filly by Muscle Up out of the Valley Victor mare, Love Swept. Watson Harness of Tiffin, Ohio owned. 4 starts, 2 wins, a third, $5,800 on the year. A winner 206-3 at Attica last time out.
A duo we see often. Drew Neal will be back in the bike for Rosie Weaver on our 2-horse Wild Child Annie. This is a 2-year-old filly by Long Tom coming off of a wire-to-wire win at Croton. Ended up going that mile in 2:05.3. However, if we're taking a little bit deeper look into her lines, she did start in the Next Generation, was out of the money, started in the Ohio Sire Stakes, and most recently had a BSS start back on July 23rd, was in the money with a 4th place finish. 7 starts on the year with 2 wins.
3 Country Behave, Nick Clegg for owner-trainer Betty Clegg, the 2-year-old bay filly by Enterprise out of the Muscle Hill mare. Please Behave, 2 wins, 3 seconds, 2 thirds, and 13 starts, 13,000. First time out of the box, probably took the mark of 2:08 at Paulding, but about 5 back on June 26th. I believe that's the Summit County Fair races at Northfield Park that evening. Finished 4th, but trotted her mile in 2:04.3.
Pierce Henry will drive the 4, Judy K. This is another one that is coming off of a BSS start. Last time at Urbana, tried to go wire to wire, but was nipped. Ended up second in that BSS mile in 2:06.1 in the slop, if my memory serves me correctly. This one is trained by Mike Sweeney. 7 starts on the year and has hit the board 6 of those 7.
5 money shot. Rory Moore owns, trains, and drives this 2-year-old bay filly by Muscle Up out of the Cash Hall mare. Rapid Cash, 7 starts, 2 seconds, 4 thirds, $5,400 this year. Shows some gate speed. The last 2 starts was on the front end and just ran out of steam at the wire. Final quarter, 30 4/5 at Attica, the 5 money shot.
Clifton Bell drives our 6, LT Madonna, trained by Curtis Massey. This is a filly by Long Tom, owned, looks like most of our owners out of Bucyrus, Ohio. Has 6 starts on the year, still looking to hit the board for the first time. However, has been in the money a few finishes. Most recently 2 back at Bowling Green, did have a 4th place finish, ended up going in 2:12 flat.
Number 7, Tom Power. Greg Basin will drive for Duke Sugg, the 2-year-old bay filly by Long Tom out of the Power Playmare, Power Wave. Owned by Ivan Duke Sugg and Stephen Mass of Deschler. 7 starts, has a win, a second, and a third, 6,900. Qualifier at Delaware, 2:01.1. That's probably back in early June.
Sounds like we did that just in the perfect
that
timing.
Right.
I say here we're going to give it over to Bill for our post parade of the second, the first division of 2-year-old filly trotters.
Our starting post word for race 2. That's the first division of the 2-year-old filly trot. Going for a purse of $4,674 and a blanket given in memory of Lawrence Schutte. Number 1 is Muscle Swept, owned by Watson Harness Racing of Tiffin, Ohio, trained and driven by Ryan Stahl. Number 2 is Wild Child Annie, owned by Heartland Acres of Wahonding, Ohio, and Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Drew Neal. Number 3 is Country Behave, owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, the driver Nick Clegg. Number 4 is Judy K, owned by Marjorie Deshetsky of North Branch, Michigan, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Pierce Henry. Number 5 is Money Shot, owned, trained and driven by Rory Moore of Grafton. Number 6 is LT Modana, owned by Gene Massey of Sycamore, and Ian Mason, Pat Patricia Jury, and Jim Mays of Bucyrus, trained by Curtis Massey, the driver Clifton Bell. At number 7 is Tom Power, owned by Ivan and Duke Sugg and Steve Moss of Deschler, trained by Duke Sugg, the driver Greg Bateson. Horses will take one score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering here in race 2.
Well, there you had the post parade for the second. 2-year-old filly trotters are taking their score. They'll be going to the gate. I was trying to look at the odds board across the way to give them our post-time favorite, but I cannot see anything. Just looking at the book, it's probably the 4 Judy K or the 7 Tom Power, but Mike Wepkenberg's starting gate, you don't see up in this area too much, Ashley.
No, we do not. This is his first time up here at Napoleon. If my memory is serving me correctly, actually it might be Mike today. Is it Mike? Because he was at Troy yesterday. Mike himself.
He was at Troy. I think Mike is at the Indiana State Fair today.
So yesterday.
John Ingram, I know, is the starter. Who's driving the car, I don't know for sure.
That's okay, because I was going to say John was with us yesterday, so I'm sure he is back with us this afternoon.
Yeah, and the Mount Starting Gate did a lot of this in this northern area. They've did it for years. Dick Roth, Jason Roth's grandpa. Jason Roth's grandpa was his starter. Jason would tell me how he would go with his grandpa.
Oh.
But they retired, and Mike is doing everything he can to cover these fairs, as he always does, as he does so much for harness racing in the state of Ohio. So we do have the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate here tonight.
I know, and I know I saw Mike at Troy put quite a lot of people in the starting gate with him, and I'm not sure if John had a chance to yesterday. I want to say we heard from Bill that John did end up getting, I think, the queen, the fair queen in yesterday. Something we have not seen, Doug, that you missed yesterday. This fair, I'm not sure if you walked by our barns. There's a lot of draft horses.
Yes, we come in that way, yes.
A ton of draft horses come in. And yesterday we had the honor of, we had a couple teams post-parade our horses as the parade pony.
Years ago, back in the 80s, we always had a pony hitch. It was from the, Jim Beakey would sponsor it. A team of 8, they would come out and do figure eights. They'd come to about every fair, and I'd have to read this stuff, and then he would just go like crazy, you know, and the crowd would just go wild.
I don't think until you're behind a horse, one alone is hard enough to control, let alone let's put 8 2,000-pound animals together.
Let's go to Bill Peters. He's going to give us a call for the second. 2-year-old filly trotters, field of 7.
Here they come. The year off and trotting the first horse away is Wild Child Annie. Moving up on the outside second, that's Judy K. Between horses third, that's Country Behave. Moving up fourth now is Money Shot. At the rail fifth, around that turn, that's Muscle Swept. Racing in there sixth is Tom Power. And the last horse is LT Modana. As they head down the backside, the race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Drew Neal has Wild Child Annie on top by 2 lengths. Racing second is Country Behave, driven by Nick Clegg. Racing in there third, that's Judy K, driven by Pierce Henry. And moving fourth is Money Shot, driven by Rory Moore. First quarter trotted in 30 3/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time, it is still Wild Child Annie by about 2.5 lengths. Trotting in there second, that's Country Behave. Racing third, Judy K. Fourth as they race down toward the half. That's Money Shot up on the outside. Fifth now comes Tom Power. Farther back, sixth. That is Modana. And the last horse coming to the half-mile mark is Bustle Swept. Past the half-mile mark. That's still Wild Child Annie with the lead. Moving up on the outside, second now is Tom Power, and along the rail, third, Country Behave. First half trotted in 103 and 2/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Wild Child Annie. On the outside, second now pouring on the pressure, but now going off stride is Tom Power. Regaining second along the rail is Country Behave. Moving up third along the rail, Judy K. And fourth and on the move from far back and trotting fast as the ball is Money Shot. As they go past that 3/4 mile mark, that is still with the lead. That is Wild Child Annie.
135 and 2.
3/4 and 135 and 2/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still with the lead Wild Child Annie. Racing second, Country Behave. On the outside, third is Money Shot. And their fourth along the rail is Judy K. As they race through the lane, that's Wild Child Annie still holding on. Wild Child Annie and Country Behave and Money Shot. It's going to be Wild Child Annie, wire to wire, and here they all come. Tight for place between Money Shot and Country Behave.
205 and 4.
A mile in 2:05 and 4/5.
2:05 and 4 for Drew Neal. Wild Child Annie, gate to wire, 30 and 3/5. 103 and 2. 3/4, 135 and 2. Third of the season for the 2-year-old Bay filly by Long Tom.
Say a nice easy drive there for Drew. Didn't have to ask much at all from that 2-year-old filly by Long Tom. Rosie yesterday had 3 training wins at Napoleon, and I do believe Drew had maybe a driving double. Say I should remember. I was just here yesterday, something of the sort. Rosie also had a driving win herself.
Yeah. I don't want to take all the credit, but ever since I've worn this hat that they gave me yesterday, they've had quite a bit of luck. So I'll be down in Greenville next. If any trainers down there have some swag laying around they want me to wear.
You heard it here, Matt.
I'm not
Matt
above taking it,
stuff.
believe me. Yeah.
Say that makes 2 in a row in the Ohio County Fair circuits for Wild Child Annie. 3 on the year and just 8 lifetime starts.
She $24,000 yearling purchase last fall at the Buckeye Classic sale.
It was very tight for show.
Yes.
Let's go. Coming in from Wall Hunting in Beach City, Ohio, comes number 2, Wild Child Annie, owned by Heartland Acres and Rosie Weaver, trained by Rosie Weaver, and driven to victory this evening by Drew Neal. A blanket for this race is given in memory of Lawrence Judy. Lawrence was a long-time owner of harness horses here in Henry County. This blanket is given in his memory. That's what they heard here for Drew Neal and Wild Child Annie, and for the family of Lawrence Judy for giving this blanket in Lawrence's memory.
Still waiting for that official. Seems like our judges might have reached a decision for that very tight show.
Unofficially, my eye caught to 3, Country Behave.
There are the official placings for race 2 from the top. Number 1, Muscle Swept was 7th. Number 2, Wild Child Annie was the winner. Number 3, Country Behave was 2nd. Number 4, Judy K was 4th. Number 5, Money Shot was 3rd. Number 6, LT Modana was 5th. And number 7, Tom Power was 6th. Time of the first quarter was 30 and 3/5. The half was in 103 and 2/5. The 3/4 in 1:35 and 2/5 with a mile in 2:05 and 4/5. From the top, it should read 7:12, 4:35, 6 on the bottom, the mile in 2:05 and 4/5.
Well, there we go. Officially across the wire for our second race, 2, 3, 5, 4. Doug, we've got quite the glare on our tote board, but I'm pretty sure it says that trifecta paid $108.40.
I believe you're right. 108.40. 540 for the winner. So the try was covered, which to me that means they're betting a little bit of money, because a lot of times at a try at a fair you see a consolation.
We had quite a few pay over $50. Well, a lot of them are close to 100 last night, it seemed like. So they're firing away down there.
Yeah, they are. The try was the place to be. I think we did have I think one race where the exacta paid more.
Yeah, looking here over there, the exact is a consolation 2 and all. Go figure.
That would have been worth probably $200. Yeah, somebody would have had it.
So there we go. The first division of the 2-year-old filly trotters is taken by a wild child. Annie, we are going to flip the page and head next to race 3, the first division for 3-year-old filly pacers, a field of 6. Doug and I will introduce to you next.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661. When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at BigDWeb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Volstead, Coach K Hanover, Slay, Ohio's top trotters stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's offspring include Sugar Instead, the 2023 Ohio 2-year-old Trotting Filly of the Year, and 2024 Ohio Sire Stakes winner Jurassic Hattie. Coach K Hanover, the son of world record holder Walner, and Slay, the son of Chapter 7, standing his first season at Dublin Valley Farms.
Well, we're back at Napoleon, Ohio, the Henry County Fair, Ohio Fair Racing Conference action. Matt Clark on the camera. I'm Doug Ballinger. Ashley Daly is here. Ashley, on to the third race, 3-year-old filly pacers, first of 3 divisions. Total purse $13,541. This division for $4,547. We got a field of 6, and we'll start with a 1. Meadowland Bella. Mark St. Louis Jr. drives for Mike Metters. 3-year-old bay filly by Well Said out of the Stonebridge Regal mare. Meadowland Lindy Lou. 2 starts, 2 wins rather than 6 starts. 4,500 qualifying time at Scioto, 1:56.
Outspoken Izzy is leaving from our second post position. Drew Neal will look to go back-to-back. Brian Boring does train this 3-year-old filly by Well Said. She's coming off of a win at Attica. Ended up going in 2:01 flat. Drew was in the bike, so we should see a pretty familiar mount out of Outspoken Izzy. 6 starts on the year and has hit the board in all 6 of those starts to make about $11,000. As a 3-year-old, $32,000 made lifetime.
Emma Wahlberg will drive number 3, the biggest affair for David Warnstaff. Warnstaff owns the 3-year-old bay filly by Big Bad John out of the Towner's Big Guy mare. Big affair in town. I remember that name, calling that name at some fairs, I'm sure. 7 starts, 3 seconds, 2/3, 4,000 this year, 6,500 last year. Qualifying mark at Northfield Park this year, 58-3. but 6 back on July 21st at Marysville, was second, beaten a length and 3/4 by Rockin' Ray L, I believe it would be, paced her mile in 1:59. So the Biggest Affair does have some speed here for county fairs.
Clifton Bell will drive the 4. Sadie's Dream, trained by Bill Webb. This is a filly by Racing Hill. If we look 3 back at Tiffin on July 22nd, she did end up going wire to wire, final quarter in 28 flat. That mile went in 1:59.2. Clifton has been on this mount. Will this be his 4th start recently, 4th start in a row where Clifton has been behind the lines. Did not start as a 2-year-old, however, seems to have figured things out. Maybe took that first year to grow up. 12 starts as a sophomore with 9 board hits, including 4 wins.
5 Tails Never Fails. Pierce Henry will drive for Ron Steck. Steck owns a partnership with Gary Condit and Amanda Allender. 3 Bay Philippa well set out of the Sports Pastor mare. Fox Valley Topaz, 11 starts, 23 lifetime actually. Yet to find a winner's circle, 1 second, 1/3 this year, $5,500, 6 back in non-winners of 1 at Scioto Downs. Paced her mile in 1:55.3.
Rounding out our field from the second tier is the 6, A Special Dance. We do have Emmanuel Miller in the bike for Herman Hagerman. This is a dancing Yankee daughter. She's another one coming off of a win at Croton. Ended up going in 2 minutes and 1/5. 20 starts as a sophomore with 7 board hits. And say taking a look, I believe it was 5 back. She did start in a leg of the Buckeye Stallion Series at Scioto Downs on July 26. She was out of the money. However, I do want to note she had a final quarter at Scioto in 28-1 and paced that mile in 1:54.3. Sounds like we have our bugle, so I'm going to turn over to Bill Peters for the post parade of the 3rd.
Pace. Going for a purse of $4,547 and a blanket courtesy of Paul Martin and Sons. One is Meadowland Bella, by Tina Sudermeister and Tammy Hoover of Pataska, Ohio, trained by Mike Meaders, the driver, Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 2 is Outspoken Izzy, by Travis Boring of Clayton, Michigan, trained by Brian Boring, the driver, Drew Neal. Number 3 is The Biggest Affair, owned and trained by David Warnstaff of Ashley, Ohio, the driver, Emma Wahlberg. Number 4 is Sadie's Dream, owned by Jeff Batt and Bill Webb of Defiance, trained by Bill Webb, the driver, Clifton Bell. Number 5 is Tails Never Fails, owned by Gary Condon of Dublin, Ohio, Amanda Allender of Westerville, Ohio, and Ron Steck of Marengo, Ohio, trained by Ron Steck, the driver is Pierce Henry. At number 6 is A Special Dance, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, Vernon Miller of Fredericksburg, Ohio, Daniel Schrock of Millersburg, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver, Emmanuel Miller. Horses will take 1 score and go to the gate. Mute your windows, closing in 4 minutes. There's win, place.
Doug, something I did not get to mention is our 4-horse, Sadie's Dream, is currently setting 9th in the Ohio County Fair, well, the point
Yes.
standing, I should mention.
And
so
that is big. I believe the final is sometime in October 15th, 16th, something like that.
I have it written down. How about that?
$60,000 final maybe, or is there more than that this year?
I am not sure exactly, but it's a big, considering it's at the end of the day, it's still a fair race. It's a nice big purse. That will be Saturday, October 19th at Northfield Park.
And talking about the 4 Sadie's Dream, Clifton Bell driving. Clifton took a spill. I was calling races at Croton at the Hartford Independent Fair Saturday, and I believe it was just going down the backside right past the 8th pole the first time. Really don't know what happened. I just know Clifton went down, and at first they thought maybe it was going to be a transport for him, but it didn't happen that way. They just iced his ankle down, and I know he came to the winner's circle with Chris Beaver, 4 or 5 races later, and his ankle was pretty big, but I think it was packed with ice.
Yeah.
So he bounced right back here.
He did. He had a winner. He had a winner yesterday for day 1 here at Napoleon. Say maybe I'm sure he was a little sore, but seems to be chugging right along. Say if somebody is not familiar, and Doug we got off the topic, but if somebody is not familiar with Ohio racing and what we do, of course, we're racing for money, but we also race for points. And so that is how you make the fair championship that we had mentioned earlier on. It's just an accumulation. I don't even actually know the point system off the top of my head, what you get for win, second. I'm not totally sure. I guess I should pull that information up.
I had it, but I don't have it yet this year. I actually didn't even look into any of the point leaders quite yet, but we're getting there where it's going to be coming down to the nitty-gritty.
I know. It's this season
it seems
is
like
already.
We just started June 8th or 9th at Paulding. It is just hard to believe. Somebody on the way down, Paul Combs, I rode with him and a guy by the name of Paul Ladd. We picked up at Van Wert. He helps Paul, an associate, and he said, how many fairs you been at? And I thought, and I counted them up, and I said, I think 16, 12 calling and 4 OHHA.
Yep.
I actually started a stint, actually I probably told you, and I feel great tonight, but 16 days in a row, and today's number 16. I get a day off tomorrow, and then I go to, we go to Greenville.
And that's 3 days, but 4 race cards.
4 race cards.
At Greenville, so that is a big one.
Years ago, we raced 9 times there. We would start on a Friday night, Saturday afternoon, Saturday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday afternoon, Wednesday night, doubleheader Thursday, and then Friday afternoon.
Wow. Talk about we all, of course, we talk a lot about Delaware and how tough that week can be, just for officials, everybody. But man, that's a lot of racing in Darke County.
Yep.
So here we go. Looks like we are going to move into position behind the Mike Webkenberg starting gate. A field of 6 for this first division of 3-year-old filly pacers. Purse of $4,547. Here is Bill Peters with that call.
Here they come. They're off and pacing the first horse away is Meadowland Bella. On the outside, second is the biggest affair. Charging up third now comes Sadie's Dream. Racing in there fourth. Around that turn, that's Outspoken Izzy. Along the rail fifth, that is a special dance. And the last horse is Tails Never Fails. As they head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Clifton Bell has Sadie's Dream now on top by 1 length. Racing in there close second along the rail, that's Mark St. Louis Jr. with Meadowland Bella. Third, that's the biggest affair, driven by Emma Wahlberg. Racing in there fourth, that is down the backside, Outspoken Izzy, driven by Drew Neal. Fifth, that is a special dance, driven by Emmanuel Miller. On the last horse, Tails Never Fails, driven by Pierce Henry.
29-2.
First quarter paced in 29 2/5 seconds as they race down toward the half-mile mark. That's Clifton Bell and Sadie's Dream bringing the horses down toward the half. Sitting in there at the rail second as they come down to the half, that's Mark St. Louis Jr. with Meadowland Bella. On the outside now, moving up third along on the outside, that's Special Dance. Fourth along the rail, that's the biggest affair. Racing in there fifth, that is Outspoken Izzy, and the last horse is Tails Never Fails.
59-3.
First half paced in 59 3/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that 3/4 mile mark. Off stride goes Tails Never Fails. Going to the 3/4 mile mark now, Meadowland Bella sticks her nose out in front. Jumping back second is Sadie's Dream. Between horses, third now comes the biggest affair. On the outside, fourth down the backside goes Outspoken Izzy.
128-4.
3/4 in, 128 4/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Meadowland Bella along the rail with a lead. On the outside second, that's a Special Dance. In their third's the biggest affair as they race through the lane. Along the rail with the lead, that's Meadowland Bella. On the outside, a Special Dance. Meadowland Bella and a Special Dance. Meadowland Bella at the rail and a Special Dance. Between horses comes the biggest affair. On the outside, on the extreme outside, to its Outspoken Izzy. Outspoken Izzy gets up for the win.
2 minutes.
A mile in 2 minutes. Looked like it was tight for second there between a Special Dance and the biggest affair.
Drew Neal caught him off guard. He caught everybody off guard. He was just about in the grandstand.
Including the camera guy. I never saw him coming at all.
Including the camera guy.
So we are just 3 races in. Drew Neal already with the driving double on the card. I do have them across the wire, 2:6.31. Mile goes in 2 minutes flat. So far, Doug, that is the fastest of the meet.
29-2, 59-3, 28-4. Come off the pace. I know Drew was gapped away going down the backside the first time. He was sitting fourth, gapped. He was probably 5-6 lengths from the front. Fraction set up for him. Drew Neal has the knack. He can place a horse where it's supposed to be placed. He's just one of those drivers. That's why he is one of the leading drivers at the fair year in and year out.
That goes 2 in a row for Outspoken Izzy. Brian Boring trains for Travis Boring. So this looks like, Travis Boring also did breed this filly. So this is a Michigan trained and owned. If somebody's not familiar with how far up north Napoleon is, what do you say? Are we like 30 minutes or so from the border of Michigan?
Matt, how far are we from the Michigan line?
Going straight north, I would say probably about that.
Yeah,
We're about 50 minutes from Toledo, but that's a little farther east.
Coming in from Clayton, Michigan, comes number 2, Outspoken Izzy, owned by Travis Boring, trained by Brian Boring, and driven to victory by Drew Neal. And Drew Neal's tire marks are still there from the last race. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Paul Martin and Sons. Let's do a big hand here for Travis Boring, Drew Neal, and Outspoken Izzy, and to Paul Martin and Sons, the donors of the blanket.
Might still be trying to sort out that photo for place.
Yeah, that was tight. That's what I was watching. I was actually watching Emma Wahlberg try
Me
to
too.
weave her
She
way
was
through
coming.
there.
Here are the official placings for race 3 from the top. One Meadowland Bella was 4th. Number 2, Outspoken Izzy was the winner. Number 3, The Biggest Affair was 3rd. Number 4, Sadie's Dream was 5th. Number 5, Tails Never Fails was 6th. And number 6, The Special Dance was 2nd. Time of the first quarter was 29 2/5. The half was in 59 3/5. The 3 quarters in 128 4/5 with a mile in 2 minutes. From the top it should read 4:13.562, a mile in 2 minutes.
There we go, Doug. We are already wrapped up with race 3 on night 2 of the Henry County Fair. Across the wire officially 2:6.31. Can we see our tote board any better?
That one did pay an all, $20.
$20, $8.80 or 8 something for the win. Exacta 1040, Quinella 920. On to the 4th race. We'll see the 2-year-old Colt Trotters for the first time this evening, I believe. $12,940 total purse. Field of 6 for $6,520. And we'll be back to take a look at all 6 of these 2-year-old Colt Trotters right after this.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Long Tom, Summa Cum Laude, Ready for Money, and Bit of a Legend. See our yearlings at the Blooded Horse Sale August 27th and the Ohio Select Sale September 13th.
Welcome back. Thanks for joining us. I have not been able to check in with our Facebook. I have quite terrible cell phone service, so I'm not able to look at comments or even hop on the stream myself. But as always, thanks for hanging out. Hopefully our stream is doing pretty well. We were aware last night we had some buffering. Thanks for all the patience. We have I would say a lack of good internet here, but we should be up on both YouTube and Facebook this evening.
Yeah, I'm picking it up on. My wife just sent me a text and said she couldn't pick it up. Now she has it. So we do have the viewing audience out there from Hazel Park, Michigan to Florida to Salina, Ohio.
Yesterday we had a check-in from Scotland, and there was somewhere else international. Nigeria. I did see a check-in from Nigeria. Say, Doug, we are the only county fair in Ohio tonight, which seems like a rarity.
Yes.
For this time of year. It is just us here up at Napoleon. But tomorrow we do head to Rock Springs.
Are you going to Rock Springs?
No, I am not. This is a conversation Matt and I had yesterday. I get so many comments, and Matt does too, that is a place we have to go. And I don't do much on the Southern Valley Colt Circuit just because I live just north of Dayton, so I tend to be concentrated that direction. But I've never made it. Never made it down there.
Never been there either.
Only 6 of them tomorrow, going for big money over there. Yeah. Like no splits or anything. Mm-hmm. But yeah, a lot of people have told me I should go visit, but no one's ever told me I should go race there.
a curved grandstand and the track is a paper clip.
Yeah, sounds like. Last year I remember I was watching a race. I can't remember who it was, but most drivers are staying out too wide around the turns, and somebody thought they were going to come up the inside, try and gain a little advantage, and they backed out of there in a hurry.
I think it was Jay Wolf. Jay Wolf was my co-host our first night at Troy on Monday, and he described it as a paper clip because originally that track was 1/3 of a mile long, and USTA, when they came out and said, hey, your minimum needs to be at least a half, if you look at Rock Springs, they didn't have a whole lot of room to expand, so it ended up being very long straightaways with tight turns.
So Rock Springs, that's the Meigs County Fair. They go tomorrow. 1 o'clock, 6 races. Friday, they're back at 1. Friday evening, the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association goes to the Darke County Fair. That's Friday the 15th, 6:30 post, 12 races. Saturday the 16th, back at the Darke County Fair, 15 races. Listen closely, post time moved up to 5:30. 5:30 Friday evening, post time with the 15 races. Wednesday the 21st, a 12 noon start. In Regal and Arnie Almerhurst go that evening. Next Wednesday at 7:15. Then we go into the home talent, Wellington, the Lorne County Fair, Sunday the 18th and Monday the 19th. And it gets busy. Allen County Fair in Lima, following Monday and Tuesday. Woodfield and Monroe County Fair. Hicksville, the Defiance County Fair. So a lot of racing action coming up. Let's go to Bill Peters with the post parade.
Courtesy of Filling Memorial Home. One is Our Boss, owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, the driver Nick Clegg. Number 2 is Hydroplane and Henry, owned by Ernie Ayers of Sand Creek, Michigan, and Ellen Belmore of Sylvania, Ohio, trained by Brian Boring. The driver is Greg Bateson. Number 3 is Lovell, owned by Nicole Stahl and Stephen Reese of Republic, and Watson Harness Racing of Tiffin, trained and driven by Ryan Stahl. Number 4 is Uncle Rip, owned by Heartland Acres of Wahonding, Ohio, and Rosie Weaver, Beach City, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Drew Neal. Number 5 is Typhoon Tony, owned by Venier Racing of Pemberville, Ohio, and John and Leanne Saunders of Castle Rock, Colorado, and Schuberg Racing of Marathon, Florida, trained and driven by Dan Venier. Number 6 is Uncle Johnny's Secret, owned by Mike Sweeney of Delaware, Ohio, and Lemmer Racing LLC of Rockwood, Michigan, trained by Mike Sweeney, the driver Pierce Henry. Horses will take one score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Tripe. 2-year-old
Colt Trotters for $6,520. Field of 6. Tell us about the one, our boss and driver Nick Clegg. Ashley.
Starting from the rail, we do have Nick Clegg in the bike for wife and trainer and owner Betty Clegg. Our boss is a 2-year-old gelding by Enterprise. 10 starts on the year and has hit the board in 5 of the 10 with just 1 win. However, last start out at Croton did have last 2 starts has had a pair of 3rd place finishes. So knocking back on the door, hoping for another win here today. Last start out at Croton again, 3rd place, went in 2:07-1.
Greg Basin will drive the 2, Hydroplate and Henry. Brian Boring trains. 2-year-old brown goated son of Marseille out of the Cincinnati Kid mare. Ellen's Lucky Roll. 6 starts, has a win, a second, 2/3, 8,500, 208 at Oak Harbor back on July 16th. The 2, Hydroplane and Henry.
The 3 is Lavelle. Ryan Stahl will train and drive this 2-year-old by Marseille. 4 lifetime starts and has hit the board all 4 of those times to make $12,000 already. Now this is one that is itching for the first lifetime win. We have 3 second place finishes and 1 third place finish. And I will say that 3rd place finish came back in the most recent BSS leg at Scioto Downs on July 25th. Ended up going a final quarter in 29-1, mile time 1:58-3.
Drew Neal will drive the 4, Uncle Rip. 2-year-old bay goat, son of Uncle Peter, out of the Chapter 7 mare, Fire and Flood. This a $29,000 Ohio Select purchase last fall. Owned by Heartland Acres and Rosie Weaver. 4 starts, has a 3rd, 2,600. Best outing was 3 back at Bucyrus on July 17th. The mile in 2:07, beaten 5.5, 2:08 for Uncle Rip.
And our 5-horse, Dan Veneer, trains and drives Typhoon Tony. This is an Uncle Peter colt. Last couple of starts has made a miscue early on behind the gate. However, 3 back at Oak Harbor. Did have a 3rd place finish. Ended up going with Dan in the bike in 2:09-4. 5 starts on the year, which is that 1 3rd place finish and about $1,200 made.
6, Uncle Johnny's Secret. Pierce Henry for Mike Sweeney. 2-year-old bay goat, son of Uncle Peter. 7 starts, 2 wins, a 3rd, 9,500, 206 at Bowling Green. That's 2 starts back. Let's go to Bill Peters. He's going to give us the call of the 4th.
Here they come. The year off and trotting. The first horse away is Our Boss. At the rail second, that's Uncle Johnny's Secret. Dropping in there 3rd is Typhoon Tony. Moving up on the outside 4th is Uncle Rip. At the rail 5th is Hydroplane and Henry. And the last horse after going off stride is Lovell. As they make the turn now to head down the backside, the race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Nick Clegg has Our Boss on top by 2 lengths. Trotting second is Uncle Johnny's Secret, driven by Pierce Henry. 3rd is Typhoon Tony, driven by Dan Veneer. Racing in there 4th, that's Uncle Rip, driven by Drew Neal. Off stride 5th is Hydroplane and Henry, driven by Greg Bates. And the last horse, Lovell, driven by Brian Stahl.
32-3.
First quarter trotted in 32 3/5 seconds. As I race around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time, that's still Our Boss by 2 lengths. Still racing in there second, that's Uncle Johnny's Secret. Typhoon Tony trots 3rd. Racing 4th is Uncle Rip. Farther back 5th is Hydroplane and Henry, and the last horse is Lovell. Coming down to the half-mile mark, that is Nick Clegg and Our Boss bringing the horses down to the half. Sitting in the golden chair second, that's Pierce Henry with Uncle Johnny's Secret. Typhoon Tony races 3rd, then comes Uncle Rip 4th. Hydroplane and Henry 5th, the last horse is Lovell. First half trotted in 105 as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Our Boss, and the closest horse second is Uncle Johnny's Secret. Now Dan Vinier moves Typhoon Tony up on the outside third. Racing fourth, Uncle Rip. Closing in fifth is Hydroplane and Henry, and closing in sixth is Lovell. Going to the 3/4 mile mark, that's still Our Boss with the lead. On the outside second now is Typhoon Tony. Along the rail third is Uncle Johnny's Secret. Uncle Rip is racing in there fourth. Moving up fifth is Hydroplane and Henry, followed by Lovell sixth.
137.3.
3/4 in 137 and 3/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Our Boss with the lead. Typhoon Tony on the outside, and now tipping 3 wide and trotting fast as the ball is Hydroplane and Henry as they race toward home. That's Our Boss at the rail. Typhoon Tony on the outside second, and 3 wide comes Hydroplane and Henry, and down at the rail comes Uncle Johnny's Secret. They're 4 abreast as they race for the wire. That's Typhoon Tony and Hydroplane and Henry. It looks like Typhoon Tony up for places. Hydroplane and Henry tight for show between Our Boss and Uncle Johnny's Secret.
208.1.
A mile in 2:08 and 1/5. How about that for the finish of a horse race?
Hydroplane and Henry and Greg Bateson made up at least 20 lengths. I don't know what they're going to chart, but that horse was so far back. I counted him out.
He made a pretty nasty break,
Oh.
right past the opening quarter.
Yep.
That was
About had to pull him up like to a dead stop.
That's what I thought was actually going to happen. Came marching.
Yeah, his last start out on August 7th, a few days ago at Attica, was sitting fifth, 8 3/4 off at the quarter. Ended up getting beat a length and a quarter. Trotted his mile in 30 and 2. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Last quarter for a 2-year-old on a county fair track.
That almost has to aggravate you, though, knowing that he can go.
He's a
and
knucklehead.
go
He
with
can
the
trot a
best of
ton.
them.
They've
Right.
got him completely covered up and stuff. I mean, he just must be a little spooky and goofy and kind of in a world of his own. But hopefully he gets things together because he can trot enough for sure.
Right, but I do have. Was it Typhoon Tony? Did we?
Yeah,
the
Dan
5
Vanier, yep.
across the wire.
Yep.
That is the first lifetime win for Typhoon Tony. Previously, I mean, nice to see him stay flat. He had the last flat race he had did end up at a 3rd place finish back at Oak Harbor. But there we go. So a first lifetime win. Typhoon Tony breaks the maiden. I was happy to see that also the 6, Uncle Johnny's Secret, stayed flat for Pierce Henry. Ended up 4th.
The winners go coming in from Pemberville, Ohio, Castle Rock, Colorado, and Marathon, Florida, comes number 5, Typhoon Tony, owned by Vinier Racing, John and Leanne Saunders, and Schuberg Racing, and trained in victory by Dan Vinier. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Filling Memorial Home.
Doug, I did have the quarters in 22 and 3, half 105, 3/4 and 137 and 3, and I believe that mile time was what, 2:08 and 1?
2:08 and 1. Typhoon Tony, a $30,000 yearling purchase at the Buckeye Classic. Matt, the dam, Hurricane Hazel. Does that ring a bell? Is that anything to do with hydraulic hazel?
I don't believe.
Okay.
I don't think.
And the official placings for race 4 from the top. Number 1, Our Boss was 3rd. Number 2, Hydroplane and Henry was 2nd. Number 3, Lovell was 6th. Number 4, Uncle Rip was 5th. Number 5, Typhoon Tony was the winner. Number 6, Uncle Johnny's Secret was 4th. Time of the first quarter was 32 and 3/5. The half was in 105. The 3/4 in 137 and 3/5, with a mile in 2:08 and 1/5. The top it should read 3:26.514, a mile in 2:08 and 1/5.
There we go. Our fourth race wraps up. Typhoon Tony breaking his maiden in 2:08.1 here on day 2 of Napoleon. Next, we're going to head into race 5. Our 3-year-old Colt Pacers come back for their second division, a full field of 6. We'll see you after a couple of messages.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 65 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fair, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for over $20 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio. The Delaware County Fair, where history meets horsepower. Get ready for the thrill of a lifetime as the world-famous Little Brown Jug takes center stage. Witness the heart-pounding action, the thundering hooves, and the sheer determination of these incredible athletes compete for the coveted Little Brown Jug title. Don't miss your chance to be a part of history. For ticket and hospitality options, visit littlebrownjug.com. The Little Brown Jug, where champions are made and legends are born. Be there!
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
Welcome back to Henry County. Thanks for joining us, Doug. If we had any more check-ins, I would love to look at my phone, but my internet service is so bad up here, I couldn't even if I wanted to.
It's not cooled off any. It's still 84 degrees in Napoleon, Ohio.
I'm glad you have said something before we did, because Matt and I were dying yesterday, and it is even hotter here this afternoon.
Matt sent me a text this morning, but that how I should bring a hat and wear light-colored clothes, which I think this is my 3rd year in a row here, so I knew that.
You knew what was going on.
Knew what you were getting into.
Yeah, I knew what I was
still
getting into, yes.
It's such a nice little county fair, though. This is my first time. I've been to Napoleon a couple times. My first time attending their races and their fair in general. We had quite the crowd yesterday. Oh man, I couldn't believe it. I was so impressed with the crowd, and quite a few people again today.
Yeah, for the heat, really so. At Sline, in my hometown, we had good crowds both on a Sunday afternoon and a Sunday night. And I don't know what Monday was like at Troy, but last night at Troy, they had a great crowd.
I say Troy does, and part of it, maybe it's not the case, but it helps that Troy has a beer garden
right underneath,
right,
yes.
right there, and so
they have the tables out there where they can stand. I think it's all blacktop in front of them. Yeah,
it's a nice
apron.
setup.
Yes,
it's a very nice setup. And it's so. I had commented on the first night of Troy. It's just foreign to me because Urbana does not. We do not serve alcohol
anywhere on the grounds.
Anywhere.
Well, years ago, for years, it's probably only been the last 12 to 15 years that other fairs have taken up beer sales. Wapak, Canetta, Auglaize County, for 50-some years sold beer. It's the only. It used to be you didn't get any state aid if you sold beer. And I'm thinking that all has changed.
Interesting. I say it makes for a great atmosphere of just having fun.
Yes.
Down at Troy, do they get some big drivers there sometimes? When I was typing in the graphics, someone had put Dave Miller down and someone put Anthony Morgan down, Tony Morgan.
That's his hometown.
Yes.
It's Tony Morgan.
And actually, it's David's hometown. He was, I don't know the full story, but I believe he did, as a little kid, jogged a lot of horses there with R.J. Brown. That was David's
I didn't know
Miller's connection.
Okay, I didn't know Tony Morgan's from
Tony
down
Morgan
there
is
too?
from there. They had the Morgan Memorial. His dad would be, I don't know what Bill was talking.
He's,
I don't think we've
giving
post
somebody
rated.
a ride in the starting gate.
But back to, Tony Morgan, Ohio Hall of Famer now, been
I think Michigan
driver.
Because I thought he was known from being up by Sports
but his
Creek.
dad, Eddie Morgan Jr.,
Okay.
His grandpa is Eddie Morgan Sr. And, yeah, I'm guessing Tony probably graduated from Troy High School, but he might have graduated from Michigan because Tony Morgan Sr., his dad, did go up to the Michigan circuit and race some.
He's always one of my favorite
But
drivers.
about 4 or 5 years ago, Tony Morgan did come in and drive some horses there. Matter of fact, Tony Morgan got his first win at the Salina Matinee back in probably 75, 76.
No kidding.
Yeah. Oh, and I was the announcer probably, but the only reason I know that when he got in the Hall of Fame, he said that's where his first winning drive was.
Huh. I say, Matt, kind of to answer, we do see a lot of bigger drivers that we know don't come to fair listed. I got the answer from Lisa Schwartz. Any fair that takes online entries kind of automatically populates the last person who was down to drive.
Oh,
Does that,
okay.
so yeah, so when they do online entries, that was the answer. Because there was like Brett Miller, which Brett actually, he's been following recently Virgil Morgan to a couple of the fairs that he's been at.
And I probably misspoke because some of our guys are, the big guys now too.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
we go for a lot of money, and it's not easy racing anywhere in Ohio. We can drive against anybody.
But so many of your big drivers started at the Ohio County Fairs. Brett Miller, David Miller did, Chris Page.
Mount Vernon, right? That's his hometown.
Mount Vernon, I believe he got his first win on a Sunday afternoon. Chris Page got his win on a Sunday afternoon at Urbana.
Ah, a small, see, that's little
Mike
pieces
Wilder,
of history.
Mike Wilder goes back a long way with me. He got his first win in Ohio.
Very cool. All right, let's go over to Bill for the post parade of race 5.
$447 and a blanket courtesy of VFW Post 8,218 of Napoleon. Our one is Rose Run Zypher, all by Stephen Reese of Republic, Ohio, and JNR Racing of Rising Sun, Ohio, trained by Jamie Weller, the driver, Rod Adams Jr. Number 2 is My Handsome Man, all owned and trained by John Fitzgerald of Marysville, Ohio, the driver, Drew Neal. Number 3 is E.A. Voyne, all by Mike Raker of Fayette, trained by Russ Sutherland, the driver, Pierce Henry. Number 4 is Venusian Dragon, all by Gerald Orico of Carteret, New Jersey, Vincent Mallance of New London, Ohio, trained by Jeff Mallets, the driver, Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 5 is In His Time, owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, the driver, Nick Clegg. And number 6 is Everlasting Cam, owned by John Stoltz of Delaware, Ohio, trained by Jessica McCown, the driver, Ryan Stahl. Horses will take one score and go to the gate. Mutual.
All right, Doug, we have a full field of 6. Starting from the rail, we do have Rod Adams Jr. driving for trainer Jamie Weller. The 1, Rose Run Zypher. This is a 3-year-old gelding by Pet Rock. 2 starts back at Northfield, and non-winners a 1 with a claiming tag. Did end up 3rd. Ended up going the mile in 1:58.3. I wouldn't say necessarily was lightly started as a 2-year-old, but only hit the board once of 6 starts at 2, and this year 10 starts out, still looking for that first lifetime win.
2, My Handsome Man, Drew Neal, who already has 2 winners on tonight's card here at the Henry County Fair. Drives for John Fitzgerald, the 3-year-old brown gelding. By Racing Hill out of the Genesis Beach Boy mare, Bumums. 16 career starts, yet to find out winner's circle. Has 3 seconds this year and a third, $8,000 in earnings. Last time out was last Friday at Croton, the Hartford Independent Fair. Finished second, beaten 15 lengths though, the mile 57.3. My Handsome Man paced it mile in 2 minutes, 3/5.
Pierce Henry will drive the 3 E.A. Vaughn for Russ Sutherland. This is a locally owned horse, Mike Raker, out of Fayette, Ohio, just a little bit further north of where we are sitting currently. 8 starts on the year, has hit the board 4 of 8 times with 1 seasonal win, which came wire to wire back at Tiffin on July 21st. Ended up going that mile with Pierce Henry in the bike, 1:59 flat, $13,000 made lifetime for this 3-year-old colt by Bit of a Legend Inn.
Mark St. Louis Jr., the Ohio Fair's leading driver the last time I looked, will drive the 4, Venusian Dragon. This is a $21,000 Ohio Select purchase 2 years ago. This is a 3-year-old bay gelding by Fear the Dragon out of the Rocket Image mare. Image of Venus 9 starts, has 2 seconds this year. 3300 did not start as a 2-year-old, bred by Emerald Highland Farm in Delaware. Last time out, finished 6th, paced 6 mile in 4 and 3. That was at Jefferson.
Nick Clegg will drive the 5 in his time for trainer, owner, and wife Betty Clegg. This is a 3-year-old by Fear the Dragon.
Here they come. They're off and pacing. The first horse away on the outside is Venusian Dragon. Between horses, second, that's E.A. Voyne. Flipping in there third, that's My Handsome Man. Fourth along the rail is Rose Run Zypher. Moving up fifth is Everlasting Cam, and the last horse is In His Time. As they make the turn now, heading down the backside to race over that quarter-mile mark, Pierce Henry has E.A. Voyne on top by a length and a half. Pacing second is Venusian Dragon, driven by Mark St. Louis Jr. Racing in their third is My Handsome Man, driven by Drew Neal. Racing fourth is Rose Run Zypher, driven by Rod Adams Jr. Fifth along the rail as they race down that backside, that is In His Time. First quarter pace in 29 seconds as they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. Out there on the front end, that is E.A. Voyne. Slipping through at the rail second now as they race down toward the half. That is Venusian Dragon. Coming to the half-mile mark with the lead, that is E.A. Voyne. Now racing in there second, that's My Handsome Man. Up on the outside third, that's Venusian Dragon. Down at the rail fourth is Rose Run Zypher. In there fifth is Everlasting Cam, the last horse In His Time.
58-4.
First half pace in 58 and 4/5 seconds. That's E.A. Voyne on top by about 7.5 lengths. Racing in there second, that's My Handsome Man. Rose Run Zypher third along the rail. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. That is still E.A. Voyne with the lead. Charging up second is My Handsome Man. Down the backside, moving up between horses, third is Venusian Dragon.
129 and 2.
3/4 in 129 and 2/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's E.A. Voyne by about 5.5 lengths, but the pack is closing in on him. Closing, racing in there second, that's My Handsome Man. Or between horses third, that's Venusian Dragon on the extreme outside. That's In His Time. As they race through the lane, that's E.A. Voyne and My Handsome Man. E.A. Voyne, My Handsome Man closing fast on the outside. E.A. Voyne and My Handsome Man. It's going to be My Handsome Man, and here they all come. E.A. Voyne up for place. Looked like In His Time got up for show.
201 and 4.
A mile in 2:01 and 4/5.
Well, Pierce Henry and E.A. Voyne did all the work, and the beneficiary was Drew Neal and My Handsome Man. Come off the pace, 29 for the quarter, 58 and 4, 29 and 2 3/4 home, 201 and 4. A slow back half it set up for My Handsome Man. Drew Neal gets his third winning drive of the evening here to Henry County Fair.
Because it's shaping up to be a nice day already for Drew, and he had, like I mentioned, I think a double yesterday. So this may, which Drew, I mean, if you take a look at our Facebook recaps after every fair card, Drew tears it up just about anywhere he goes. I did have them, I don't know, we'll see, because it was very tight for show, but I thought it went across the wire unofficially 2, 3, 5, 4.
Took over driving some of Rosie's horses this year, and I think that's helped quite a lot. So it's a lot of firepower there.
Rosie's one to be reckoned with. I mean, truly.
Yeah.
Even outside of the county fairs, she can get it done.
Well, My Handsome Man, as I mentioned, as we looked at him in the post parade, 16 starts. He found the winner's circle finally. It was tonight in 2:01 and 4.
So,
The winner's circle, one of the winners go. Coming in from Marysville, Ohio, comes number 2, My Handsome Man. Owned and trained by John Fitzgerald and driven to victory this evening by Drew Neal. In case some of you men are wondering who this horse was named after, I guess it was named after John Fitzgerald's grandson. The blanket for this race is courtesy of VFW Post 8218 of Napoleon.
No, thanks.
Let's throw a big hand here for John Fitzgerald and Drew Neal and My Handsome Man and the VFW Post 8,218 of Napoleon, the donors of the blanket.
Still waiting for that official rundown from our announcer, Bill Peters. I had opening quarter in 29 flat, then to the half, 58 and 4, 3/4, 129 and 2. Final mile time, 2:04 and 1. Again, still unofficial, but I saw them across the wire, 2:3.54, but it was very tight for show.
And the official placings for race 5 from the top. Number 1, Rose Run Zypher was 6th. Number 2, My Handsome Man was the winner. Number 3, E.A. Voyne was 2nd. Number 4, Venusian Dragon was 3rd. Number 5, In His Time was 4th. Number 6, Everlasting Cam was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 29 seconds. The half was in 58 and 4/5. The 3/4 in 129 and 2/5, with a mile in 2:01 and 4/5. From the top it should read 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a mile in 2:01 and 4/5.
So I stand corrected. I say officially it goes 2, 3, 4, 5 across the wire. Trying to see our trifecta. Matt, you can't see what that paid. Did you? Is it
58 or 68?
Okay,
really
I
am
say
struggling too.
somewhere, not a bad trifecta
No.
here at the fair. Regardless, again, that try goes 2, 3, 4, and I do think it says 58.40 up on the board with the exacta just paying 12.80. Winner did pay $5.60. My Handsome Man, Drew Neal, only 24 years old, now has a driving triple in just 5 races. We are going to flip the page and head next to race 6, the second division of 2-year-old filly trotters. A field of 7 we will talk about after a couple of messages.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding farm. Cool Winds stands the popular dancing Yankee, a 2-time world champion, along with 2019 jug winner Southwind Ozzy, the son of Some Beach Somewhere. Cool Winds also stands the royally bred $2 million earning Western Fame. Be sure to inspect the Cool Winds yearlings at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 13th.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out, Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
Okay.
Welcome back.
There we go. Sorry, Doug and I were conversating, trying to make sure we all get a moment in the shade to make sure
I like
everybody,
that plan.
everybody makes it through this 15 race card tonight. I say beggars can't be choosers, though. It's been dry, which was better than a lot of fairs we had last week. Doug, we are going to head next into race 6. So we have made it 1/3 of the way through tonight's card, a field of 7. So they seem to be going very quickly behind the gate. So shall we get started on this field of 7?
Yeah, we're rolling along here pretty
We
good.
are. If
If you can do 4 an hour, I mean, it's tough to do with warm-ups and everything.
Yep.
We're right on that schedule right now. We're going to scratch the 5. It's Cool Kids Fast Girl in this race. It's a 2-year-old filly trot for 4,674. The one Lovely in Red, Cody Greeno for Ed Greeno Jr., owned by E.G. Trot. 2-year-old Chestnut filly by Third Pat. out of Love and Every Moment mare. Too Lovely. 7 starts, has 2/3, 3,600 this year. 3 back, finished second in 2:08. That was at Wapak. The 1, Lovely in red.
Emmanuel Miller will drive the 2, Wild As You for Chris Beaver. This 2-year-old filly by Muscle Up. The goal is owned by Beaver, as well as Leo Fleming and Stephen Z. Handler of Worthington, Ohio. Only 4 lifetime starts, has hit the board 2 of 4 times. Most recently, last start out at Croton, did break that maiden, went wire to wire with Chris in the bike in 2:04 flat. Beyond that, though, this filly has taken a step up and has 2 starts in the Buckeye Stallion Series. The first BSS start for this filly came back on July 23rd at Scioto Downs. She did have a second place finish in that series, mile in 1:59 and 3.
3, Bank It. Rory Moore owns, trains, and drives the 2-year-old bay filly by Break the Bank K. Out of the Perfectly mare, Ultra Perfect. 6 starts, 2/3. Actually, those 2/3 the last 2 times out at Attica and Bowling Green. Trotted in 9 and 2 at Bowling Green. The 3, Bank It, and driver Rory Moore.
Drew Neal is back in the bike to drive the 4-horse Dancin' Nova, trained by Rosie Weaver. This 2-year-old filly by What the Hill. 2 back was another Buckeye Stallion Series starter at the Champaign County Fair in Urbana. Was in the money with a 5th place finish. Drew in the bike, went in 2:07 and 4. Looking a little deeper back, was a first-time winner at Bucyrus, wire to wire in 2:08 and 4. 7 starts on the year with 6 board hits.
5 was scratched. The 6, Green Hill Spurs. Mike Spearman owns, trains, and drives. This 2-year-old bay filly by OU Man out of the Pegasus Spur mare, Image of Spurs, has 3 wins in 9 starts with a second and 2/3, $12,500. Those wins coming at Mansfield, Painesfield, and at Hilliard. The fastest at Painesfield of 2:06 and 2/5. The 6, Green Hill Spurs.
Ryan Stahl trains and drives the 7, Mercy Marcy. This was a $16,000 purchase out of the Ohio Select sale. Has hit the board 3 of 4 starts this freshman year with 1 win, coming back in the very first lifetime start at Oak Harbor. Did try to set the pocket most of that mile, ended up finishing, again, with that win in 2:09 and 1. $5,700 made for this 2-year-old filly by Marseille.
So that's a look at that field for the 6th race. 2-year-old filly trotters, a field of 6 with the scratch of the 5s. Cool Kids, Fast Girls.
I just did a quick check-in. We've got, I don't know how to pronounce the first name, last name, or city, but we've got Brazil watching tonight. I've not seen Brazil on here before, I don't think.
Well, welcome. Thanks for joining us. I guess we'll apologize for not knowing the proper
Vinicius
pronunciation.
Masato? I didn't even want to try it. You just butchered it, I'm sure.
I want to say something we have not kind of discussed tonight, Doug. We did say this track scores 5 wide. However, the 5 is scratched, but even though that has happened, we still will have 2 trailers.
Correct.
The way that it is written, you can, how do we want to say it? You can move down, but you cannot
slide
move.
down a position.
Yep.
A few years ago when I was doing the broadcast at Paulding, I think we had a field of, say 6. We had 2 trailers.
Okay.
And there was 3 scratched, or maybe 4 scratched in the Frontier. So we had 2 trailers and 1 on the gate. It was something like, it was really weird.
Wow.
It was really weird. Yeah. And that's the way it would be. That's the way the rule is written.
Say that's,
You slide
but there's
down.
there's no.
That doesn't happen too often.
What's the word I'm looking for? There's no way to get around the rule.
No, you do not go. You cannot
A
move
loophole.
up.
There, that's what I'm looking for. But there we go. Does sound like we're going to get the bugle scratched down to a field of 6, the second division of 2-year-old filly trotters. Here is Bill.
All by E.G. Trot, LLC of Findlay, trained by Ed Greeno Jr., the driver, Cody Greeno. Number 2 is Wild As You. All by Chris Beaver of Radnor, Ohio, Leo Fleming of Ontario, Steve Z. Handler of Worthington, Ohio, trained by Chris Beaver, the driver, Emmanuel Miller. Number 3 is Bank It, owned, trained by Rory Moore of Grafton. Number 4 is Dancing Nova, all by John Schleybaugh of Millersburg, Ohio, Walnut View Farm of Walnut Creek, Ohio, and Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, the driver Drew Neal. Number 5, School Kids Fast Girl has been drawn. Number 6 is Green Hill Spurs, owned, trained and driven by Mike Spearman of Mount Vernon. Number 7 is Merci Marcy, owned by Ryan Stahl of Republic, Watson Harness Racing and Kendall Stuckey of Tiffin, and Billy Hart of Carmel, Maine, trained and driven by Ryan Stahl. Horses will take one score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes.
Looking at the Facebook watchers, Jimmy Byers from Mutual, Ohio is checking in tonight.
My neighbor.
Yeah, he is your neighbor. Jimmy told me a story there at Urbana when he was putting the blankets on. We was talking about David Miller earlier. And Bob Palmer, you probably remember that name. I don't know if you were around him much. He had a great horse by the name of Royal Kim, but a horse called It's a Date set the track record. I can remember It's a Date setting the track record in the mid-'80s at Urbana. But David Miller was the driver, Jimmy said.
Really?
Yeah.
And making his way back to Ohio.
Yeah, coming back to Ohio
Next
now.
year, yeah, right.
Also checking in tonight, Mike Wepkenberg is probably watching or on his way home from, he was at the Indiana State Fair today, and we mentioned earlier, we do have the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate here tonight. John Ingram is at the controls tonight. As we mentioned, Mike has helped out now in this northern circuit with the Mount starting gate retiring this year, so Mike doing whatever he can do to cover these fairs.
Absolutely. So kind of circling back, though, Doug, you mentioned track records. That is not something we have discussed on air tonight, what times we are gunning for here at Henry County. So all-age pace was set in 2005, so a 19-year-old record was set by Tattler's Jet. Mile time we are gunning for is 1:56.4. All-age trot was set in 2018 by Simply a Mission, 2 minutes and 3/5. We have not seen a sub 2-minute mile here yet.
Tatler's Jet rings a bell. That name goes, I can remember that name, but the trotting name, Simply a Mission, Cameron McCowan in 2018. Tatler's Jet was a tough old horse. I don't know if the Signature Series were back then or not. I don't know for sure when the Signature Series started. Probably back in 05 maybe.
So we do have a couple notes here about Tatler's Jet, and if anybody else is listening, that name is ringing a bell. He set a lifetime record at 12 years old, which is not something you see very commonly at all. That lifetime record, again, 12 years old, set at Colonial Downs in 1:49.2.
They're at the top of the stretch, in behind the Wepkenberg starting gate. Let's go to Bill Peters. He's going to give us the call.
Here they come. The year off and trotting. The first horse away is Wild as You. Between horses, second is Bank It. Up on the outside, third is Dancing Nova. Down at the rail, fourth is Lovely in Red. Moving up between horses, fifth is Merci Marcy. And the last horse off stride is Green Hill Spurs. Also off stride goes Dancing Nova. As they straighten out down the backside, the race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Emmanuel Miller has Wild as You on top by 3.5 lengths. Trotting in there second, that's Bank It, driven by Rory Moore. Trotting third down the backside, that's Lovely in Red, driven by Cody Greeno. Racing fourth is Merci Marcy, driven by Ryan Stahl. Farther back fifth, that's Green Hill Spurs, driven by Mike Spearman. And the last horse at this point is Dancing Nova, driven by Drew Neal.
30 and 4.
First quarter trotted in 30 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time, that's Wild as You showing on top. 3.5 lengths back second is Bank It. Edging up on the outside third, that's Lovely in Red, and right there fourth is Merci Marcy as he come down to the half. At the half-mile mark, that's still Wild as You with the lead, but closing in second is Bank It. Right there third, Lovely in Red, followed by Merci Marcy. Then comes Green Hill Spurs, and the last horse is Dancing Nova.
102 and 4.
First half trotted in 102 and 4/5. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Wild as You, and the closest horse second is Bank It. Lovely in Red trots in there third. Merci Marcy is fourth. Racing fifth is Green Hill Spurs. The last horse, Dancing Nova. Approaching that 3/4 mile mark, that's still Wild as You with the lead, but Bankit is gaining with every stride, and racing third is Lovely in Red, followed by Mercy Marcy fourth.
134 and 1.
3/4 and 134 and 1/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's still Wild as You, opening up about 3.5 lengths once again on Bankit. Lovely in Red trots third, followed by Mercy Marcy, Green Hill Spurs, and Dancing Nova. As they race toward home, that's Wild as You and Bankit. It's going to be Wild as You, and here they all come. Bankit up for place with Lovely in Red up for show.
205 and 3.
A mile in 2:05 and 3/5.
.205 and 3 for Wild as You, gate to wire, 30 and 4/5, 102 and 4. 34 and 1, home and 5 and 3, Wild as You. To Obey Philly by Muscle Up out of the Holiday Road mare, Gio Keefe. Second of the season in 5 tries. Earnings now will go over 10,000, pushing 11,000, 2 in a row. Winner last Saturday at Croton at the Hartford Fair. Gate to wire won, but 24.5 and 2:04. Chris Beaver drove Wild as You last Saturday. 2 starts in a row. Tried the Buckeye Stallion Series, finished 6th at Urbana. Second Buckeye Stallion Series, tried it in 59 and 3. 3 back at Scioto. 4 back, raced in the $50,000 Ohio Sire Stake, finished 7th. Trotted in 2:08. So second career win for Wild as You, owned by Chris Beaver. Leo Fleming and Steven Z. Handler of Ohio. Chris Beaver trains, and Emmanuel Miller will get that winning drive as we await the winner to return. Unofficially second to 3, Bankit. Third, the 1 Lovely in Red. Fourth, the 7, Mercy Marcy. And here, returning now, is the 2, Wild as You, moving into the Henry County Fair winner's circle.
The winners go, coming in from Redner, Ohio, Ontario, and Worthington, Ohio, comes number 2, Wild as You. Owned by Chris Beaver, Leo Fleming, and Steve Z. Handler, trained by Chris Beaver, and driven to victory this evening by Emmanuel Miller. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Lyndon Engler, auctioneer. Let's have a big hand here for Emmanuel Miller, Clifton Bell, and Wild as You, and the Lyndon Engler auctioneer, the donor of the blanket. Here are the official placings for race 6 from the top. Number 1, Lovely in Red was third. Number 2, Wild as You was a winner. Number 3, Bankit was second. Number 4, Dancing Nova was sixth. Number 5, School Kids Fast Girl had been drawn. Number 6, Green Hill Spurs was fifth. Number 7, Mercy Marcy was fourth. Time of the first quarter was 30 and 4/5. The half was in 102 and 4/5. The 3/4 in 134 and 1/5, with a mile in 2:05 and 3/5. On top it should read 3, 1, 2, 6, scratch 5, 4 on the bottom. The mile in 2:05 and 3/5.
Another nice payoff in the try there, Doug, for a $2.80 horse.
Was that 100 and some, like 102?
$137.
137.
Yeah.
Yeah, 280 to win. Exacta, $44. Quinella's a consolation. Go figure.
Yeah.
Go figure. Well, that was a big one for Wild as You. That's 2 in a row. Home in 5 and 3 here at the Henry County Fair. We're on to the 7th. It'll be the second division of the 3-year-old filly pace, Ohio Fair Racing Conference for $4,447. Pierce Henry will drive the 4. Bella Rain, it's a field of 5, and we'll be back right after we hear from these important sponsors.
Mark your calendar for the new and exciting North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. Tuesday, December 17th at the Mount Hope Event Center in Mount Hope, Ohio. Broodmares, broodmare prospects, racehorses, and stallion shares. Pedigrees announced by Ed Teefee and Gabe Pruitt. Online bidding, clean, heated facility. The North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. A live auction to see quality horses with industry-leading pedigrees. Tuesday, December 17th in Mount Hope, Ohio. Entries open September 5th.
At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Long Tom, Summa Cum Laude, Ready for Money, and Bit of a Legend. See our yearlings at the Blooded Horse Sale August 27th and the Ohio Select Sale September 13th.
Well, if you just joined us on our broadcast of seating from the Henry County Fair in Napoleon, Drew Neal off to a big night. He has 3 winners already. Next race up will be the second division of the 3-year-old filly pace. But before we take a look at that field and break it down, action at Rock Springs in Meigs County. That's tomorrow. 6th race is post time at 1. Rock Springs, Meigs County. I know Roger Houston will be there to give you the call. I don't know who will be there with the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association broadcast. They go Thursday, August 15th tomorrow at 1. Friday the 16th at 1. Friday evening then the Ohio broadcast continues at the Darke County Fair in Greenville. Post time at 6:30, 12 races. Saturday night at Greenville, 15 big ones. Post time at 5:30. Greenville will also race actually a week from tonight, Wednesday the 21st. At noon, it's an all-day, a doubleheader at Greenville. Noon on Wednesday the 21st. 7:15 Veterans Day at the Darke County Fair. The Arnie Almahurst and Gene Regal at 7:15. Charlie May is slated to be there at Greenville to defend his title. Charlie May, I believe, Ashley, will race this Saturday night in the Send It In. He just doesn't have any luck. He drew post 8 again.
Never does. Never does. But I mean, one thing about that horse, though, is he can handle it.
Yes.
He doesn't need, 1, 2, 3 to get the job done.
And I believe there's a lot of giveaways there. I knew maybe Friday night, I don't know how many. I'm going to go out on a limb and say 100 Charlie May T-shirts. I heard the number, but I know they're giving Charlie May T-shirts out, I believe. Maybe it's more than that.
At Delaware, not Delaware, Darke County.
Yeah, Darke County. I believe that's Friday night. Saturday night, they got a laptop giveaway.
I did see that. When I say we shared the announcement of Charlie May on our Facebook, so there might be better details in that, but I don't remember an exact number, but I did see the T-shirts and the laptop.
And I know I talked to Brad Conrad last night. He's made up 100 pictures of Charlie May's track record performance. I don't know if it's the first 100 or they're going to have a drawing or what. That will be Wednesday. That'll be a giveaway at the Darke County Fair.
Do we know? Because there's 2 cards on Wednesday.
2 cards, yes.
So the afternoon, I believe it's a noon post.
Yeah, it's because it's Veterans Day there. It's the afternoon, I'm pretty sure, is all overnight events.
Do you have any idea when they're giving away? What time, if people want to show up and get that T-shirt?
Well, I'm pretty sure the T-shirt's Friday night.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Pretty sure on that. The Charlie May picture, I'm sure it would be
with the late card.
With the late card,
yeah.
I'm sure. So this 7th race is the second division of the 3-year-old filly pace, starting with 1 Dancing with Devon. Michael Durnitz drives 3-year-old bay filly by Dancing Yankee out of the Pro Bono best mare, Nothing's Ever Free. 9 starts, no wins this year.
$7 and a blanket courtesy of Shears of Napoleon. Number 1 is Dancing with Devon, owned, trained, and driven by Mike Durantz of Ashland, Ohio. Number 2 is I Am a Beach Lady, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, Martin Yoder of Mount Eaton, Ohio, and Daniel Schrock of Millersburg, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver, Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 3 is SP Dancing with Stars, owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, Ohio, the driver, Nick Clegg. Number 4 is Bella Rain, owned and trained by Ron Steck of Marengo, the driver, Pierce Henry. And number 5 is Lady Bay, owned by Pat Malloy Jr. and Lisa Goslin of Eaton, Ohio, trained and driven by Pat Malloy Jr. Horses will take 1 score and go to the gate.
All right, Doug, back to you with our 1 horse.
I pretty much wrapped it up on him. He has 9 starts yet to hit the board. Michael Durantz drives this 3-year-old bay filly by Dancing Yankee.
Mark St. Louis Jr. will drive the 2 I'm a Beach Lady for trainer Herman Hagerman. This is a down by the seaside filly. She is looking to go 4 in a row. She's had a triple win. Croton, Mansfield, Bowling Green. The fastest mile came most recently at Croton and 1:58, final quarter 28 flat. However, earlier this year at Scioto Downs did take a lifetime mark and won 53-3. I'm a Beach Lady is 12 of 19 with board hits this year. $93,000 made lifetime.
3 Dancing with the Stars. Nick Clegg drives for his wife and trainer and owner, Betty Clegg. 3-year-old bay filly by Dancing Yankee out of the 4-star Shark mare, Angelic Star. 31 starts this year. 8 wins, 9 seconds, 4 thirds, 47,158-4 at Northfield Park.
Pierce Henry will be in the bike for Ron Steck on our 4-horse Bella Rain. This is a filly by Dancing Yankee. Another one that is on a little bit of a streak. Currently 2 wins in the row. Last start out at Croton went wire to wire with Austin Hanners in the bike. 2 minutes and 2/5 for that win. Final quarter time 29-1. Ron Steck also owns this filly. She has 4 wins on the year in just 11 starts.
5 Lady Bay, Pat Malloy Jr. owns and trains, owns in partnership with Lisa Goslin. This 3-year-old bay filly by Down by the Seaside was a $60,000 purchase of a yearling 2 years ago at the Ohio Select Sale. 14 starts, 2 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. 14,000 this year, 153-4 at Scioto Downs. The 5 Lady Bay. Just got a text from Jay Wolf. We were talking about Rock Springs. Michael Langer and Frank Frost get the honors of going to Rock Springs. And a guy by the name of Roger Houston's going to be calling the races.
I'd never heard of him.
He's in his 65th year of calling races, and so is Bill Peters, 65.
Really? I guess I did not realize that.
Both of those gentlemen have 65 years of calling races at Ohio County Fairs.
I do think, is Roger back from
Roger just got back,
across
I believe.
the pond?
Roger just got back, yep.
Very cool. And I saw his Facebook update that they had some troubles getting home. It was not a clean, easy flight, catching their flights. But here we go. This is a field of 5. Second division of 3-year-old filly pacers. Again, a purse of $4,447. They are moving into position behind the Mike Weipkenberg starting gate, so I'm going to give it over to Bill Peters for the call of the 7th.
Here they come. The year off and pacing, that's Dancing, that's I'm a Beach Lady going out after to lead along with SP Dancing with Stars. Moving up 3rd, that's Bella Rain. At the rail 4th, that's Dancing with Devon. And the last horse is Lady Bay. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that quarter-mile mark, Mark St. Louis Jr. has I'm a Beach Lady on top by 2 lengths. Racing second is SP Dancing with Stars, driven by Nick Clegg. And their third, that's Bella Rain, driven by Pierce Henry. Fourth, that's Dancing with Devon, driven by Mike Durrance. And the last horse is Lady Bay, driven by Pat Malloy Jr. Past that quarter-mile mark, that's still I'm a Beach Lady with the lead.
29-3.
First quarter paced in 29 and 3/5 seconds. That's I'm a Beach Lady by a length and a half. Right there second is SP Dancing with Stars. Racing third is Bella Rain. Fourth it is Dancing with Devon. And the last horse is Lady Bay. Horses are on straight alignment as they come down to the half-mile mark. Out there on the front end with the lead. That is Mark St. Louis Jr. with I'm a Beach Lady. About 2.5 lengths back second. That's SP Dancing with Stars. And right there third is Bella Rain.
59-1.
First half paced in 59 and 1/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is I'm a Beach Lady. She's on top by about 4.5 lengths. Charging up second on the outside now is Bella Rain. Back to third is SP Dancing with Stars. Racing fourth is Dancing with Devon. On the move fifth is Lady Bay. Going to the 3/4 mile mark. That's still I'm a Beach Lady with the lead, but Bella Rain is gaining with every stride. 3 quarters in 128 and 1/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's I'm a Beach Lady by 3 lengths. Gaining with every stride though again is Bella Rain. Moving up third on the outside is Lady Bay, and back to fourth is SP Dancing with Stars. As they race for home, that's I'm a Beach Lady and Bella Rain. I'm a Beach Lady and Bella Rain. It's going to be I'm a Beach Lady, and here the outcome. Bella Rain up for place, and up for show is Lady Bay.
158-1.
A mile in 158 and 1/5.
158 and 1, gate to wire. I'm a Beach Lady. Mark St. Louis Jr. for Herman Hagerman. 3-year-old Bay filly by Down by the Seaside. A $12,000 yearling purchase 2 years ago. 8th win in 20 tries, Ashley. Earnings now about $48,000 on the season for I'm a Beach Lady.
That is our first sub 2-minute mile of the meet, and we are more than almost halfway. I shouldn't say more than halfway, almost halfway through day 2 here at Napoleon.
I remember if 3-year-old Pacers went in 2-3 back in my day when I was, taking care of horses. That was something.
Yep.
How times change.
It's kind of flipping the switch, but trotters, we have photos of Sire Stake wins, a trotter going in 2:01 to win a Sire Stake, and that was probably about 10 years ago.
Yes.
But how ridiculously fast.
Oh, yes.
We're even just seeing the county fairs, let alone those higher levels.
And we had a 2-year-old Pacer yesterday or the day before to Red Mile, a Burke horse. I can't remember the name.
Sipping on Ciroc.
48 and 2, 48 and 4, or something like that. World's record.
World record.
How fast? I'm sure that won't stand. I'm sure it will fall most likely this fall at the Red Mile. Very good chance.
Say that Sipping on Ciroc is a son of Down by the Seaside, and our winner here, a 3-year-old filly, a daughter of Down by the Seaside.
So returning now, the 2, I'm a Beach Lady. Let's go to the winner's circle.
Vernon, Mount Eaton, and Millersburg comes number 2, I'm a Beach Lady. Owned by Hagerman Racing, Martin D. Yoder and Daniel Schrock, trained by Herman Hagerman, and driven to victory this evening by Mark St. Louis Jr. And I'm a Beach Lady has just paced to a new track record for 3-year-old filly pacers, pacing that mile in 158 and 1/5. The old track record was 158 and 4/5 by Atlantic Star back in 2019.
Looks like we had a little golf cart malfunction, so.
Oh,
So Mark took a long turn.
But there you heard it first from our announcer, Bill Peters, a new divisional track record for 3-year-old filly pacers. 158 and 1. Previous record was set just a handful of years ago, 2019, Atlantic Star, 158 and 4. So, 3/5 of a second, taking it down.
Do you have trainers and drivers for that?
I do. The
Jerry
previous-
Migel, Kim Pluta.
No.
Oh, who was it?
Mark Hedworth was the driver. Sandra
The blanket for this
Hennessy
race is
trained.
courtesy of Shears of Napoleon. Let's have a big hand here for Mark St. Louis Jr., Morgan Hagerman, and I'm a Beach Lady, and the Cheers of Napoleon, the donors of the blanket. Here are the official placings for race 7 from the top. Number 1, Dancing with Devon was 5th. Number 2, I'm a Beach Lady was the winner. Number 3, SP Dancing with Stars was 4th. Number 4, Bella Rain was 2nd. Number 5, Lady Bay was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 29 3/5. The half was in 59 1/5. The 3 quarters in 128 1/5, with a mile in 158 1/5. From the top it should read 5, 1, 4, 2, 3 on the bottom. The mile in 158 1/5, a new track record for 3-year-old filly paces.
Officially across the wire, 2, 4, 5, 3. Say, I just saw. And there's Bill giving us a quick driver change that we will get to next, but I'm pretty positive the trifecta, it just went away, but it said $17. That is one of our smaller trifectas that we have seen tonight. But regardless, our 2-horse did pay $380 to win.
The sun is kind of going down. It's not too bad
It's
right
cooled
now.
off.
It's getting a little bit
It's cooling off.
I'd almost call it a nice evening.
78? Let's see. Let's check it out. We were at 84.
Over under on the current temperature.
We're not quite in the 70s. We're at 80.
I don't know. It's still not near as brutal
No,
as
it's
it
not
was.
the blistering 84 that it was.
I think it was
an hour
Monday
ago.
morning. We had 52 at home, and I got up about 5:45 to take a walk, and I had shorts on and had a windbreaker on. It was chilly.
Hold on. You woke up at 5:45 to take a walk? Doug, I give you all the credit. The only way I get out of bed that early is, well, for work. I do it for work, but I will not do Props to you for staying healthy. But there we go, a new divisional track record. I'm a Beach Lady goes in 1:58-1 for race 7. Next, we're going to turn the page into our 8th race, the second division for 2-year-old colt trotters, a field of 5 that Doug and I will walk you through shortly.
When the Henry County Agricultural Society was formed in 1852, much of the land was still heavily timbered and uncultivated. The county is located in the northwestern part of the state in what used to be the Great Black Swamp. After the swamp was drained, it became some of the most fertile land in the United States. The first Henry County Fair was held in October of 1853 as a celebration of harvest. The 2-day event was hosted in an open field just outside of Napoleon, Ohio. The fair grew steadily, and by 1884, the grounds were complete with barns, a judge's stand, and a racetrack. The best crop and livestock around continue to be exhibited here. Farming remains the largest employer in Henry County, with 91% of the county as farm fields. The area is also Ohio's 3rd largest producers of wheat. Today, the Henry County Fair is a member of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference and hosts 2 days of live-action harness racing.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fair. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 22 fairs in 20 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Doug, we are, as our commercial just mentioned, Napoleon is a member of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. That is technically the biggest fair circuit, is it not?
Yes, I think they just said 21, 22.
And I think
OCRA, which used to be, it was always the OCRA, Ohio Colt Racing Association, but probably 12 years ago they combined with the Western Ohio, like Salina, Urbana, Wapak. Those three right there, just to name off the top of my head, were Western Ohio at one time, and they combined. And the OCRA, I'm going to guess, has 16.
I think it's 19.
Is it 19?
I say the
now?
last commercial I listened to, I think it is 19.
And
which
then
I can.
You have your Southern Valley Circuit, and then you have your home talent Colt Circuit.
It wasn't anytime recently. Maybe it was at Marysville that Susan and I were on, and we were discussing the circuits and what used to be. I think somebody commented at one time they were up to 8. Was it over 8?
There could have been at one time when I first started calling races at Urbana. They was in the Northern Valley Circuit. That was Findlay, Urbana. Yeah, and then they switched to Western Ohio. And now we're down to 4.
I guess for those listening, I don't have the answer either. There's not really a circuit that's better. It's really just regionally.
It's regionally.
Yeah, and I say how all of these fairs, I'm not sure how they decide which direction to go, especially some that may be on the border of, conflicting
You'll
circuits.
see your Drew Neals and Mark St. Louis most of the time, and Pierce Henry's. He's in the driving a lot in the Ohio Fair Circuit, but we will see Pierce at Wapak. Naturally, his hometown, Ottawa, which is Ohio Colt Racing Association. And Jeff Nysonger, he's mainly Ohio Colt Racing, but he will get out. And then you have your home talent and your Southern Valley drivers, which I call races at 2 or 3 Southern Valley fairs. I don't believe I called any home talent. I might be doing a fair this year at Ashland, filling in, and they might be home talent. I'm not for sure.
Well, here's our post-parade. Matt has left us.
Trained by Larry
I'm going to try
Claiborne,
to
the driver, Mark St. Louis
this.
Jr. Number 3 is Dr. Speed, owned, trained and driven by Tom Moore Jr. of Napoleon. Number 4 is RB's Can't Be Touched, owned by Ron Burks of Cypress, Texas, trained by Herman Hagerman, the driver, Emmanuel Miller. Number 5 is Massive Hill, owned by Ryan Stahl of Republic, Watson Harness Racing, and Kendall Stuckey of Tiffin, Billy Hart of Carmel, Maine, trained and driven by Ryan Stahl. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. There's win, place.
Doug, I want to say not in a small field, but we do not have any trailers for our second division.
Full gate of 5. Second division, 2-year-old Colt Trotters Ashley. This one for $6,400. 1 Pink Panther, Nick Clegg. 2-year-old Bay go to the son of Marseille out of the Donato Hanover mare. Call me Pinkalicious, 12 starts, has 6 wins. 2 seconds, 25,000, pushing 26 on the year. Scratch injured at Scioto Downs on a Friday evening, I believe it was, Ohio Fair stake races. Shows a mile of 3 and 1 at Northfield Park, finished second, beating a length and a half. That was probably at the Summit County Fair races there at Northfield Park, the 1 Pink Panther.
Mark St. Louis Jr. will drive the 2 Big Head Fred. This is trained and co-owned by Larry Clayball alongside William Clayball of Upper Sandusky, Ohio. This is a 2-year-old gelding by nothing but class. Last start out at Jefferson did make a couple of miscues early on. However, a start back from that at Mansfield did have a 3rd place finish. Ended up going that mile in 2:09 and 3 with, I believe that's Logan Ebersol in the bike. Just 5 lifetime starts with that one hit on the board, third place finish. $1,600 made so far.
3 Dr. Speed, Tom Moore Jr. owns, trains, and drives this 2-year-old bay, the son of Enterprise, an $11,000 Buckeye Classic purchase, 7 starts, has a second and a third, $4,100. 4 back, finished third at Oak Harbor, timed in 2:09. 6 back was second at Ottawa, the Putnam County Fair, timed in 10 and 3. The 3 Dr. Speed, Tom Moore Jr.
Emmanuel Miller will be behind the lines for trainer Herman Hagerman for our 4-horse. RBs Can't Be Touched. This is a gelding by Enterprise, owned out of Texas by Ronald Burks. 6 lifetime starts with just 1 second place finish that came back at Bell Fountain on July 9th. Ended up going that mile in 2:13 and 4 at Bell Fountain. Still trying to figure it out and probably looking to stay flat this afternoon.
5 is Massive Hill. This the most expensive yearling. This a $25,000 Ohio Select purchase. Ryan Stahl drives and trains. The 2-year-old bay, the son of Watt the Hill, out of the Muscle Massive mare. Striking Bolo, 5 starts, 2 wins, a third, $11,000 this year. A winner 2 in a row, 3 and 4 back, 202 and 2 at Tiffin. And the start before that at Oak Harbor was a winner in 8 and 4. Field of 5, they're at the gate. The gate is rolling. Starter John Ingram driving the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate. As you can see, the gate swing around the turn and come to the top of the stretch. Full gate of 5, Pink Panther, Big Head Fred, Dr. Speed, RBs Can't Be Touched, and Massive Hill. Let's go to Bill Peters.
Here they come. They're off and trotting. The first horse away is Big Head Fred. Up on the outside second is Massive Hill. Moving up third is RBs Can't Be Touched. At the rail fourth is Pink Panther. And the last horse is Dr. Speed. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Mark St. Louis Jr. has Big Head Fred on top by a length and a half. Trotting second is Massive Hill, driven by Ryan Stahl. Racing in their third is RBs Can't Be Touched, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Fourth is Pink Panther, driven by Nick Clegg. The last horse is Dr. Speed, driven by Tom Moore Jr. Going past that quarter-mile mark, that is still Big Head Fred with the lead.
32 and 3.
First quarter trotted in 32 and 3/5 seconds, and now Nick Clegg makes his move with Pink Panther. With the lead is still Big Head Fred, but Pink Panther charging up on the outside second. At the rail third, that is Massive Hill. Racing in their fourth is RBs Can't Be Touched, and the last horse is Dr. Speed. As they race down toward the half-mile mark, that's Big Head Fred along the rail and Pink Panther on the outside battling it up. Now Pink Panther takes over. Back to second is Big Head Fred. On the move third is Massive Hill. At the rail fourth, that's RBs Can't Be Touched, and the last horse is Dr. Speed.
103 and 3.
First half trotted in 103 and 3/5. That's Pink Panther now by a length and a half. Trotting second is Massive Hill. Racing third is Big Head Fred. Racing in their fourth is RBs Can't Be Touched. The last horse, Dr. Speed. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. That's Pink Panther by a length and a half over Massive Hill. Right there third, that's Big Head Fred. Racing fourth is RBs Can't Be Touched with Dr. Speed fifth.
135.
3/4 trotted in 135, and now Massive Hill trots up on the outside to pour on the pressure on Pink Panther. That's Pink Panther at the rail, Massive Hill on the outside. They're only heads apart as they turn for home. Pink Panther at the rail, Massive Hill on the outside, and 3 wide comes RBs Can't Be Touched, and down at the rail comes Big Head Fred. That's Massive Hill and Pink Panther, Massive Hill and Pink Panther, and RBs Can't Be Touched. It's going to be Massive Hill, and here they all come. RBs Can't Be Touched up for place, Big Head Fred for show.
206 and 4.
A mile in 2:06 and 4/5.
Well, the most expensive yearling, as we mentioned, $25,000 yearling purchase, Massive Hill. The 2-year-old bay the son of Watt the Hill picks up his third win in 6 tries, 2:06 and 4 for Ryan Stahl. Ryan Stahl's second winning drive of the evening.
Say this horse. Doug, I'm not sure if we mentioned it when we were going through the introductions, but did start in a Buckeye Stallion series on July 25th. Didn't hit the board, but still was in the money at Scioto Downs for that series start in 159 flat. So definitely does show some speed. Sometimes, I like to throw in there, the Scioto Downs or Northfield starts just to help people kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Pace, really how fast these horses can go, because every single fair track is so drastically different.
Yeah, the only thing I can see about this Massive Hill, not a lot of gate speed. You see that tonight. You look at that line that you mentioned at Scioto Downs, 2 back on July 25th. That's a Buckeye Stallion series. Got away, 6th at the half. Probably maybe had some traffic problems, got jammed up, was 6 3/4 off, but can close, finish 5th, but only beaten a length and 3/4, trotted that last quarter in 28-4.
So Ryan Stahl is making his way back into the winner's circle.
Back into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Republic and Tiffin, Ohio, and Carmel, Maine, comes number 5, Massive Hill, owned by Ryan Stahl, Watson Harness Racing, Kendall Stuckey, and Billy Hart, and trained in a different victory by Ryan Stahl. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Savista Bank. Let's have a big hand here for Ryan Stahl and Massive Hill and the Savista Bank, the donors of the blanket. Here are the official placings for race 8 from the top. Number 1, Pink Panther was 4th. Number 2, Big Head Fred was 3rd. Number 3, Dr. Speed was 5th. Number 4, Arby's Can't Be Touched was 2nd. Number 5, Massive Hill was the winner. Time of the first quarter was 32 3/5. The half was in 103 3/5. The 3/4 in 135, with a mile in 206 4/5. The top it should read 4, 3, 5, 2, 1 on the bottom. The mile in 206 4/5.
So there we go, officially across the wire. 5, 4, 2, 1. The trifecta pays $99.20. Exacta paying $25, and the Quinella paying $45.60. Our winner, Massive Hill, pays just $4 to win. We are going to turn the page. We are more than halfway through our card this evening, headed next into our 9th race, 3rd division of 3-year-old Colt Pacers, purse of $4,547. A full field of 7 up next.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 66 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the county fairs, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for nearly $23 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio. The Delaware County Fair, where history meets horsepower. Get ready for the thrill of a lifetime as the world-famous Little Brown Jug takes center stage. Witness the heart-pounding action, the thundering hooves, and the sheer determination of these incredible athletes compete for the coveted Little Brown Jug title. Don't miss your chance to be a part of history. For ticket and hospitality options, visit littlebrownjug.com. The Little Brown Jug, where champions are made and legends are born. Be there!
Thanks for joining us here on day 2 of the Henry County Fair in Napoleon. We are way up north. I say not as north, I guess, as we could go, Matt. Didn't we say Wauseon is a little bit closer to that Michigan
Bowling Green
border?
is might be north of that.
Oh, yeah, good point. I say Bowling Green, finished a couple weeks ago.
Yep.
Been a couple weeks now, but
First
Wauseon is end of August.
Yep.
So
Usually Labor Day weekend or right around there.
I believe you. I think this year, because I think Doug is for sure on that first day of Wauseon. It's how many days in August? 31 days in August.
Sure.
So
I'll have to look at my calendar, see what fair I'm at that day. I don't know.
So I know that Wauseon is the very, very end of this month. But we are way past halfway through our Huff's Guide. I had that book open. We are rolling through the days. And I say, it's a rarity. We are the only fair live tonight, which does not happen in August or really almost any of September as well. But we're itching closer and closer to Delaware Week, the week that I think we look forward to it, don't we?
Oh yeah. I mean, I love it. I do miss being a spectator sometimes, but I get a lot more access to things now as an employee. Now that I know Jay Wolf, the Mr. Jay Wolf, publicity director.
He's such a cool guy. Jay really is, and his knowledge and how deep it stems is amazing. He asked me, we were on air together, Troy, and he's like, what's your bucket list track you want to go to? And truthfully, I guess I don't have necessarily just one standardbred track. I would like to hit at least one parimutuel in every single racing state. But he started going on this long spell of, he's been to the track in Ireland. Was it Hungary?
Yeah.
I don't know. He's been
Czech
all
Republic
over.
or something.
He's been all over the place.
He asked me that last year, and I told him I wanted to go to the Hambletonian, and I wanted to meet Jeff Gurrell, and I did both of those things. And Jeff Gurrell is not what I expected. Nice guy, but like a lot of, I guess the stereotype is, New Yorkers can be kind of boisterous and opinionated. He was opinionated, but not very boisterous. He was real quiet and mild-tempered, but nice guy.
Pretty cool that you just
he was just walking through the stands, and nobody paid any attention to him except me. I was the only one that bothered him that day. So.
No, like you said, that was just a year ago that you brought that up to Jay.
Yeah.
And there it was, checked off your list.
Yep.
One place I really want to get, and I feel maybe I shouldn't say it because it's not a harness track. Del Mar.
Yeah, I want to go there bad. There and Santa Anita, both.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
When I was handicapping at Scioto Downs, and we used to sit, underneath to watch all the simulcasts to try to time out when we were going to go, and just seeing that track.
One of the camera guys can get the ocean from wherever he's positioned. So, yeah, that's a place I'd like to see. The beach and, horse racing. Sounds all right. Nice weather.
And I don't even know. We're complaining about how warm the sun was today. I'm not sure if I can handle Southern California, but hopefully I make it out there sometime. We are going to head next into our 9th race. As I had mentioned before, we went to the commercial break, a full field of 7. Perfect timing. Here is our post parade.
Pace, going for a purse of $4,547 and a blanket courtesy of Hirschberger Construction. 1 is Noble Dale, all by Jason Elser of Montpelier, Ohio, and Chris Presley of Thornville, Ohio, trained by Jason Elser, the driver, Drew Neal. Number 2 is I Want My Money, all by David Jury of Bucyrus, Ohio, trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver is Pierce Henry. Number 3 is Dragging Me to the Sip, all by Henry Trimble of Byron, Mississippi, trained and driven by Derek Flowers. Number 4 is Dance in Style, all by Jerry Migel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver, Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 5 is Cinder Lane Cruiser, owned and trained by Betty Clegg of Northfield, the driver, Nick Clegg. Number 6 is All Lathered Up, all by Phil Groves and Myron Kester of Sydney, trained by Phil Groves, the driver, Alex Hawk. At number 7 is Dragons Are Fearless, owned by Sean Harville, Germantown, Ohio, trained by Jessica McCown, the driver, Ryan Stone. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes.
So there we go, our introduction of the field of 7. Currently our 9-5 favorite seems to be the 5-horse Cinder Lane Cruiser. But here we go, the third division of 3-year-old Colt Pacers, purse of $4,547 on the rail. We have Noble Dale. Drew Neal will drive for Jason Elser. 3 starts back at Northfield and a non-winners of 2 with a claiming tag. Did have a second place finish. Ended up going with, I believe it's Elian Deaton in the bike for that start. 157 flat. However, even further back than that, this colt does tend to stay around somewhere between 155 to 154. So one that can go definitely on the half-mile track. $41,000 made lifetime.
The 2, I Want My Money, Pierce Henry drives for Robert Brooks. 3-year-old brown goated son of Dancing Yankee out of the stand for Forever Ivy. 8 wins in 18 starts, 3 seconds, 2/3, 35,894 this year. 154 at Scioto. County Fair Racing 2 back. 203 and 2 at Bowling Green, was a winner 3 in a row. Oak Harbor, Bell Fountain, and at Northfield.
Derek Flowers drives and trains the 3 Dragon Me to the Sip. This is a 3-year-old gelding by Fear the Dragon, owned out of Mississippi by Henry Trimble. Did not start any as a 2-year-old, however, does have 10 starts on the year with 1 second place finish that came some time back. It does not show on our lines, however, 2 back at Bowling Green was in the money with a 4th place finish in 2:04 flat.
Mark St. Louis Jr. drives the 4 Dance in Style. This is a $12,000 yearling purchase 2 years ago. Gerald Migel owns. Steve Novak trains. 3-year-old Bay Gold, son of Dancing Yankee out of the Mach 3 mare. Nothing But Style has 5 wins this year. Last year had 10 wins, and 68,000 was a winner in 55 and 1 at Delaware Jug Week. 56 and 2 at Northfield Park. The 4 Dance in Style.
Our 5 Cinder Lane Cruiser. Nick Clegg will drive for Betty Clegg. This is a black gelding by Yankee Cruiser. Most recently had a win at Jefferson in 2:01. $80,000 made lifetime.
6, all lathered up. Alex Hawk for Philip Groves. 3-year-old Bay Gold, son of Lather Up. Winner 4 times this year. 63,000 lifetime. The 6, all lathered up.
And rounding out our field from the second tier is the 7 Dragons. Fearless Ryan Stahl will drive for Jessica McGowan. Has had a pair of wins most recently, looking to go 3 in a row. Even further back from that, I do want to mention at Scioto Downs, had a start in 154 flat, final quarter in 28 and 1. Has hit the board 9 of 16 starts with 4 wins. I will say, Doug, before we roll it over, All Lathered Up is currently sitting second in our point standings for the Ohio Fairs, and I Want My Money is 5th. Here we go, rolling it over to Bill for the 9th.
The year off and pacing the first horse away on the outside is Cinder Lane Cruiser. Down at the rail second is I Want My Money. Moving up third is Dance in Style. And their 4th, that's Noble Dale. Racing along 5th is Dragging Me to the Sip. Racing in their 6th is Dragons Are Fearless. And the last horse racing down the backside, that is now Noble Dale. As they head down the backside, with the lead now, it is Cinder Lane Cruiser. 2 lengths back second is I Want My Money. Moving up third along the rail, that's Dance in Style.
29.
First quarter paced in 29 seconds. Cinder Lane Cruiser shows on top by 2.5 lengths. Racing second, that is I Want My Money. And a little farther back third comes Dance in Style. Edging up 4th, that's All Lathered Up as they race down toward the half-mile mark. Approaching the half-mile mark, that's Nick Clegg and Cinder Lane Cruiser showing on top, but now Pierce Henry closes in there with I Want My Money. All Lathered Up is now 3rd, Dance in Style 4th, followed by Dragons Are Fearless 5th, and 6th is Noble Dale, and the last horse is Dragging Me to the Sip. First half paced in 58 and 3/5 seconds. as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Cinderlane Cruiser. The closest horse second going down the backside is I Want My Money. Now slipping through at the rail third, that's Dancing Style. On the outside fourth is All Lathered Up. Racing fifth is Dragons Are Fearless. Then comes Noble Dale on the last horse, Dragging Me to the Sip.
128 and 3.
3/4 and 128 and 3/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Cinderlane Cruiser by 3 lengths. Along the rail second, that's Dancing Style. On the outside third, that's I Want My Money as they race toward home. All Lathered Up now in the mix too as they race for home. That's Cinderlane Cruiser and All Lathered Up, and coming through at the rail is Dancing Style. Cinderlane Cruiser, All Lathered Up, and Dancing Style. It's going to be Cinderlane Cruiser. Tight for place between Dancing Style and All Lathered Up.
159
A mile in 159 and 1/5.
Our track seems to be tightening up. There we go, another sub 2 minute mile.
Cinderlane Cruiser, $10,000 Ohio Select purchase. 3-year-old Black Golden Bell Yankee Cruiser, 13th career win. 80,000 lifetime, about 83,000 lifetime. 59 and 1 for Cinderlane Cruiser. 29, 58 and 3, 28 and 3. Late closer was the 6, All Lathered Up. He was caught in a little bit of a mix-up, leaving the gate behind a couple breakers. He had a lot of ground to make up, and he was making up some ground. Just ran out of real estate, or he might have got there.
That's what I was going to say coming to the wire. If it would have been a few more strides up, I think he would have caught him. But regardless, Nick Clegg did get it done. He asked right out of the gate of Cinderlane Cruiser, and the gelding answered and just kept on marching. So it looks like we have a full golf cart coming over from the backside for that win photo.
Scott Tarleton asked if I was going to miss out on the donuts at Wasion, and I am not. Certainly not. That's one of my favorites.
Steve Ashby, would you please come to the judges' stand? Steve Ashby, please come to the judges' stand.
Yeah, that's a. I love going to Wasion. I think this will be my 3rd year in a row or 4th year. It's over Labor Day. Yeah, it's a lot of fun to go to Wasion.
Where the winners go. Coming in from Northfield, Ohio, comes number 5, Cinderlane Cruiser, owned and trained by Betty Clegg and driven to victory this evening by Nick Clegg. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Hirschberger Construction. Now, the note that the breeder of this horse is Tom Gerdeman and Terry Perdue from here in Napoleon. Let's have a big hand here for the Cleggs, Tom Gerdeman, Tree Shepherd, and Cinderlane Cruiser. And to Hirschberger Construction, the donors of the blanket.
It might take a little while to sort this out. There was certainly confusion. I could
Yes.
tell how many horses got tangled up, but it was a domino effect in quite a few, it seemed like.
Right, and I do think I have marked down the 2-horse I Want My Money was one of those breakers.
He might have been the start of it. So.
And I don't know how much ground he lost. I guess I wasn't paying close enough attention. So
He wasn't in the top 3, but he got the 2-hole trip then, I believe. I Want My Money was got away second, right? Wasn't Pierce Henry second? Or
yeah, I think you are right. He ended up trying to be in the pocket
He made
trip.
it wasn't much of a skip. It was just a skip, but it
Just a few
kind of.
steps. And
I have no
three
idea if
kinda
that's what they're
reacted to
looking
that,
at or not.
Right, I do have the 2 with Pierce Henry coming in 4th across the line. But unofficially, we'll see how it goes, especially if our judges are
I don't know if the
discussing,
7 was Dragons Are Fearless was part of that. He very well could have been.
Looks like we're already official. They've got prices up.
Oh.
But
Well,
Bill's on
it
the
might.
phone.
See, it probably wouldn't affect the top 3.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
sure, yeah. They're probably looking at it for purse checks.
most likely, if that's what they're looking at, and I have no idea, if the 2 did cause anything with the 7, he would go behind the 7, and I don't know unofficially where the 7 finished, and maybe they're not looking at anything with the 2.
Here are the official placings for race 9 from the top. Number 1, Noble Dale was 6th. Number 2, I Want My Money was 4th. Number 3, Dragging Me to the Sip was 7th. Number 4, Dancing Style was 2nd. Number 5, Cinder Lane Cruiser was the winner. Number 6, All Leathered Up was 3rd. And number 7, Dragons Are Fearless was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 29 seconds. The half was in 58 3/5. The 3/4 in 128 3/5, with a mile in 159 1/5. From the top, it should read 6, 4, 7, 2, 1, 3, 5 on the bottom. The mile in 159 1/5. In the upcoming race 10, number 2, Extra Easy, make the driver Ryan Stahl. Ryan Stahl will drive number 2, Extra Easy.
Well, there was no placings there. I'm sure they were looking at something, but not enough probably evidence for a placing of anything. So it's on to the 10th race, 2-year-old filly trotters. A field of 7. Ryan Stahl will drive number 2, Extra Easy. We'll be back to take a look at the 10th race right after this.
The Delaware County Fair, where history meets horsepower. Get ready for the thrill of a lifetime as the world-famous Little Brown Jug takes center stage. Witness the heart-pounding action, the thundering hooves, and the sheer determination of these incredible athletes compete for the coveted Little Brown Jug title. Don't miss your chance to be a part of history. For ticket and hospitality options, visit littlebrownjug.com. The Little Brown Jug, where champions are made and legends are born. Be there!
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding farm. Cool Winds stands the popular dancing Yankee, a 2-time world champion, along with 2019 Jug winner Southwind Ozzie, the son of Some Beach Somewhere. Cool Winds also stands the royally bred $2 million earning Western Fame. Be sure to inspect the Cool Winds yearlings at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 13th.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
Welcome back. Headed into race 10. We are almost 2/3 of the way done. Thanks for joining us. Myself, Ashley Daly, Matt Clark behind the camera, and Doug Ballinger. Doug, we didn't get a chance. Our tote board, our last winner, did pay $820, and I believe that trifecta, it just switched on me. But the trifecta was over $129. Next, we are rolling in, however, like I said, race 10, the third division of 2-year-old filly trotters. Purse of $4,676. Another very full field of 7. If you are just joining us here at Napoleon, we do score 5 wide. So trailers starting from the second tier will be post positions 6 and 7.
Every now and then race 1 with a 3 or 4 day break.
I want to say, so Matt, you got any good stuff for us? What's your? Said you're off tomorrow. You're not at any fairs.
Nope, I'm gonna cut my grass and do laundry.
Things that we do not get to do.
Yeah, what else would you do on a day off?
Doesn't that suck though?
I ain't gonna cook a meal. I think I'm gonna cook something tomorrow.
To not eat fair food.
Yeah, something somewhat healthy.
Do you have a? Did you eat anything today? from here?
I did. I went to the German tent and had a bratwurst, which was very good. Greg Bateson told me that the beef and noodles is the way I should have gone, but I kind of had a big lunch, so I didn't really want like a full heavy meal like that. So I went with the greasy bratwurst instead.
No, it kind of sucks because I totally understand. It's like, oh, wow, tomorrow I have to do more chores, so I'm just working a different way. But we have no time. There is no time this time of year to get anything done. All right, looks like we are going to post parade for race 10. So here is Bill with the field of 7.
In memory of Fred and Charlene Freppel. One is Dietz Sliding, all by Venier Racing of Pemberville, Ohio, John and Leanne Saunders of Castle Rock, Colorado, and Schuberg Racing of Marathon, Florida, trained and driven by Dan Venier. Number 2 is Extra Easy, leased by Larry Clayball, Medina, Ohio, trained by Larry Clayball, driven by Ryan Stahl. Number 3 is Speed of an Angel, all by Chris Beaver of Radnor, Ohio, Joe Sabraco of Brecksville, Ohio, Tim Holman of Mainville, Ohio, and VIP Internet Stable of New Jersey, trained by Chris Beaver. The driver is Emmanuel Miller. Number 4 is Strike a Pose, all by Rory Moore and Susan Sandstrom of Grafton, Ohio, trained and driven by Rory Moore. Number 5 is Tom Hands It Over, all by Jerry Meigel of Westland, Michigan, trained by Steve Novak, the driver David Lake. Number 6 is Dixie Road, all by Heartland Acres of Walhonding, Ohio, Rosie Weaver of Beach City, Ohio, and Cabby D LLC of Hudson, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver. The driver is Drew Neal. Number 7 is A Little Intoxicated, all by Vicki Jennings of Weston, Michigan, Brad Nowakowski of Ottawa Lake, Michigan, trained by Brian Boring. The driver is Greg Bateson. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows closing in 4 minutes. There's win.
There is a quick introduction to our field of 7. So let's go on from the rail out. We have Dan Venier training and driving the 1, Dietz Lightning. This is a 2-year-old filly by And Away We Go. Currently has 5 wins in a row, so looking to go with number 6. Just 8 lifetime starts and a winner, like I had mentioned, with 6 on the year. Almost $19,000 made for this filly. Next, we will have our 2-horse, Ryan Stahl, will be back in the bike for Larry Clayball on Extra Easy. Not too much to say about this 2-year-old filly. She does only have 2 lifetime starts with 1 second place finish that came back at Painesville on 7:23. Ended up going 2:10 flat with Don Irvine Jr. in the bike.
Ashley, the 3, Speed of an Angel, Emmanuel Miller drives for Chris Beaver. $31,000 purchase last fall. 2-year-old Bay Philip of Marseille. 6 starts, has 3 seconds. 3,600 second place finish last time out at Croton. That was Saturday. Timed in 2:07 and 4.
Roy Moore does co-own, train, and drive the 4-horse Strike a Pose. Last couple of starts has had some miscues behind the gate. However, 3 back at Tiffin did end up with a second place finish in 2:13 flat. 7 lifetime starts for this 2-year-old filly by Muscle Up the Goal with just that 1 second place finish that I had mentioned.
5, Tom Hands It Over, David Lake for Steve Novak. Gerald Meigel owns. 2-year-old Bay Philip, a long Tom. 2 starts, has a third. That third 2 back, 2:09 and 2 at Oak Harbor.
Dixie Road will be driven by Drew Neal for, of course, trainer Rosie Weaver. This is an Uncle Peter filly. Another one that just 2 starts back had a second place finish at Bowling Green. Drew in the bike went in 2:06 and 4. She's hit the board in 2 of 4 lifetime starts to make $5,200.
It'll be a second-tier start for the 7, A Little Intoxicated, Greg Bateson for Brian Boring. $10,000 Ohio Select purchase, 2-year-old Bay filly by Enterprise out of the Andover Hall mare, Alvarez. 6 starts, 3 wins, batting 50%, $7,900 in earnings, 2:07 and 2 at Tiffin.
So kind of unsurprisingly, it looks like on the board, the 1-horse is our 1-9 favorite. Like I had mentioned, trying to go 6 in a row this evening for Dan Venier. Dietz Lightning is currently sitting 3rd in the Ohio County Fair point standing gunning for that final in October at MGM Northfield Park. And also our 7 horse is in the top 10. A Little Intoxicated is sitting 10th for trainer Brian Boring. John Ingram, it looks like we are moving into position with the Mike Webkenberg starting gate. This field of 7.
One's off stride. Oh, boy.
But here we go. Let's roll it over to Bill Peters for that call.
Here they come. Here, off and trotting. The first horse away is Speed of an Angel. Dropping in there second is Strike a Pose. Up on the outside third is Tom hands it over. Down at the rail fourth is Dietz Lighting. Moving up fifth on the outside, that is on the fifth on the outside, that is Extra Easy. As they race down the backside, the race over toward that quarter-mile mark, that's Speed of an Angel with the lead. Trotting in there second is Strike a Pose. Off stride third is Tom hands it over. Now taking over third along the rail is Dietz Lighting. Extra Easy trots in there fourth. Going to the quarter-mile mark, that's Emmanuel Miller with Speed of an Angel showing on top.
34.
First quarter trotted in 30 and 4/5 seconds. As they race around that upper...
34.
Okay, the time of the first quarter was 34 seconds. As they race down toward the half-mile mark, that's Speed of an Angel with the lead. Charging up on the outside as he comes down to the half, that's Dietz Lighting. Coming to the half-mile mark, that's Speed of an Angel with the lead. Now taking over second, that's A Little Intoxicated. Racing third along the rail is Strike a Pose on the outside fourth. Now that is Extra Easy.
106 and 4.
First half trotted in 106 and 4/5 as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. With the lead, that is Speed of an Angel. Trotting in there second is A Little Intoxicated. Racing third is Extra Easy. Moving along at the rail fourth, that is Strike a Pose. On the outside fifth is Tom hands it over. Racing in there sixth down the backside, that is Dixie Road. And the last horse is Dietz Lighting.
138.
3/4 was trotted in 138 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That is A Speed of an Angel with the lead. A Little Intoxicated racing in there second with Extra Easy third. Fourth along the rail, that's Strike a Pose as they race through the lane. That is still Speed of an Angel with the lead. Now taking over second is Extra Easy. Speed of an Angel and Extra Easy. It's going to be Speed of an Angel. And here they all come. Extra Easy up for place. Up for show is Dixie Road.
207 and 4.
A mile in 2:07 and 4/5.
I don't know what gremlin she was seeing over there, the one horse, but it ran 3 times in the same spot.
Man.
Yep, she had her head cocked pretty much the whole mile.
I was gonna say she looked like she was bearing
Yes,
in,
yes.
bearing out.
Take nothing away from the 3, Speed of an Angel.
Nope.
First win, career win, a $31,000 purchase, home in 7 and 4. Teal Bay filly by Marseille out of the Muscle Massive mare. Keystone Angel, bred by Aaron Schalbach. Owned a partnership by Beaver, Sabraco, Homan, VIP Internet. Chris Beaver trains. Emmanuel Miller gets his second winning drive of the evening. Speed of an Angel coming off a second place finish at Croton on Saturday. Trotted a mile 7 and 4, back in 7 and 4 today here at the Henry County Fair. Gets her first career win.
I do have them unofficially cross the wire 3-2-6. I hope somebody has the try. It should be a big one if they do.
Definitely with the one off of the ticket.
Yep.
Oh, there's no way.
I know. The 3 did go off 12-1, and our second place finisher looks like 90-1. So there's a good shot we don't have it, but that would be a pretty nice ticket to have.
Into the winner's circle where all the winners go. Coming in from Redner, Ohio, Brecksville, Ohio, Mainville, Ohio, and the state of New Jersey comes number 3, Speed of an Angel. All by Chris Beaver, Joe Sabraco, Tim Holman, and VIP Internet Stable. Trained by Chris Beaver and driven to victory this evening by Emmanuel Miller. A blanket for this race is given in memory of Fred and Charlene Freppel. They were longtime horsemen, people here in Henry County. And their son Jake is in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. Let's have a big hand here for Emmanuel Miller, Clifton Bell, and Speed of an Angel, and to Jake Freppel for giving this blanket in memory of his parents. Here are the official placings for race 10 from the top. Number 1, Dietz Lighting was 7th. Number 2, Extra Easy was 2nd. Number 3, Speed of an Angel was a winner. Number 4, Strike a Pose was 5th. Number 5, Tom Hands It Over was 4th. Number 6, Dixie Road was 3rd. And number 7, A Little Intoxicated was 6th. Time of the first quarter was 34 seconds. The half was in 1:06 4/5. The 3 quarters in 1:38 with a mile in 2:07 4/5. From the top it should read 7-2-1. 5, 4, 3, 6 on the bottom, the mile in 2:07 4/5. First lifetime win for Speed of an Angel.
I will say, Larry Clayball has got to be happy with that start for our 2-horse Extra Easy. Did make a break last start out up at Northfield for the Summit County Fair, but got it done this evening.
Yeah, this only being her 3rd career start.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some of these 2-year-olds now, come to think of it, it's getting pretty dark out here, so they might be in uncharted territory right now, getting into these shadows and things at the county fair.
It is what, just about 20 till 9. Yeah. Times are changing. It's starting to get dark earlier.
And which I think are these new track lights? Is that what we
They
discussed
are,
yesterday?
yeah. All new poles, all new lights, and all new wiring, underground wiring. So it was a huge project and a big undertaking, but we can race at night in Napoleon, Ohio.
And we did not get to. We were here till a little after 9 yesterday with the 11 race car, but we did not get to see them turned on. So this could be a treat, especially like you said with these babies coming out.
Well, the 11th race up next, 3-year-old filly Pacers for 4,547. A field of 6, and we'll be back to take a look at all 6 of these 3-year-old fillies right after we hear from these fine sponsors.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out, Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Headed next into the 11th race here in Napoleon. We are getting to the very back end of our card, a field of 6 for our 3rd division of 3-year-old filly Pacers. Doug, we did not have the try for the last race, as we kind of expected, right?
3 and any 2 numbers, so.
Only paid $14.20. However, that winner did pay $26.60, so I would have been okay cashing that one too.
Yes. On your tries, for the people that really don't understand, it's a consolation, so you had to have the winner. If nobody had the 3-horse on top of their ticket, it would be a total refund on the try. So it is a consolation payout. If you had the 3 and any 2 horses behind it, you are a winner of, what'd you say, Ashley? They take it down?
It was 14 something. So
Crowd, there's still a decent crowd here
There
tonight.
is, and there was all night last night too. I was sorry.
What's
Doug.
your next assignment here with the OHHA broadcast?
Tomorrow I'm trying to drive home, and I think next I'm at Greenville.
Are you at Greenville?
Yep, on Friday evening.
Oh, on Friday evening.
Sure
okay.
thing. And then I believe is Lima next week. I might get my days confused. Sometime I'm at Lima.
I'm at Greenville Friday, Saturday, and then I go into Lima Monday, Tuesday.
Yep. So I'm at Lima both days, and then
And
I think I head back to Greenville for the end of the
I'll be
card.
joining you on the air probably at Lima some
Oh.
because Roger will come to my house from Greenville. He'll spend the weekend there, and he always likes to go call some races.
He can't get enough of it. That man
No.
will never get enough of it, even though he just spent a week.
I got to
Is a
let
week?
him call races. He let me call races when I was 16, so I have no choice. I owe it to him.
The best mentor, though, Doug.
Oh, yes.
You can't say anything about that.
Yep, I have the best part-time job. I think it probably could be a world record for a part-time job. 55 years. Bill Peters probably has me beat though with 65.
Right.
So
Right.
Roger was full-time.
Pace, going for a purse of $4,547 and a blanket courtesy of Howard's Friendly Service. Number 1 is Good Miss Cadillac, owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio, Charles Reeve of Broadview Heights, Ohio, and Martin D. Yoder of Mount Eaton, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman. The driver is Emmanuel Miller. Number 2 is She's a Gold Digger, owned by Fly Fancy Stables in Noble, Ohio, trained by Mike Durrance, the driver, Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 3 is I'm a Flirt, leased by Kurt Harper of Hilliard, Ohio, trained by Mike Sweetie, driven by Curtis Harper. Number 4 is Queen Bee and Me, owned by Pat Malloy Jr., Lisa Goslin, and Logan Malloy of Eaton, Ohio, trained and driven by Pat Malloy Jr. Number 5 is West Malibu, owned by Doug Hartung Jr. of Adrian, Michigan, trained by Brian Boring, the driver, Drew Neal. Number 6 is Hula Ray, owned and trained by Bill Webb of Defiance, the driver is Clifton Bell. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows, closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Show, Executive.
Ashley, the 1 is Good Miss Cadillac. Emmanuel Miller having a good night. He's trying to pick up his 3rd winning drive. This one is trained by Herman Hagerman, a $25,000 yearling purchase 2 years ago. Last year had 2 wins, 17 starts this year. Hadn't found that winner's circle yet. Had 2 seconds, 7 thirds though. 22,000 lifetime. Last time out at Croton, finished second, beaten 3 parts of a length, 2 minutes and 3/5.
Michael Durrance trains are 2 She's a Gold Digger. Mark St. Louis Jr. will be in the bike. This filly by Lather Up did just pick up her first lifetime win 3 starts back at Bucyrus on July 18th. She ended up going that mile and won 58-3. St. Louis was in the bike. Owned by Fly Fancy Stables of Novo, Ohio, she has made $7,500 this year.
Number 3, I'm a Flirt, Curtis Harper. Drives for Mike Sweeney, 3-year-old bay filly by I'm Gorgeous out of the Western Hanover mare. Campus Flirt, 9 starts, has a 3rd. That 3rd, 6 back at Marion on July 2nd.
Queen Bee and Me will be our 4-horse. Pat Malloy drives and trains for Patrick Malloy, Lisa Goslin, and Logan Malloy, all out of Eaton, Ohio. Last start out at Salina, did have a 2nd place finish. Pat in the bike, 2 minutes and 2/5. 16 starts on the year with 1 win, 4 seconds, and 3 third place finishes. Lifetime has made $49,000.
5, West Malibu, a $45,000 yearling purchase 2 years ago. Drew Neals drives for Brian Boring, 3-year-old bay filly by Down by the Seaside. 2 wins, a 2nd and 3 thirds in 7 starts. 10,000 this year, 18,000 lifetime, 59-1 at Attica last time out.
Rounding out the field and starting from that 2nd tier is Hula Ray. Clifton Bell in the bike for Bill Webb. This is a filly by Cheyenne Ray. 11 starts on the year, has only hit the board once in a 2nd place finish that came at Marion very early July. went the mile in 2:04 and 3. Was very lightly started as a 2-year-old. Only had one lifetime start. Did not make any money. However, this year has raised $3,100 for the owner, William Webb of Defiance. So pretty locally owned as well.
We look across the way. Field of 6, 3-year-old fillies have completed their score. They've made their turn. They're headed to the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate. John Ingram, our official starter tonight with the Wepkenberg starting gate. We'll send it across the way to Bill Peters to give us the call.
Digger, I'm a Flirt, Queen Bee and Me with West Malibu on the outside in the first tier. One trailer, Hula Ray. Here they come. Here, off and pacing the first horse away on the outside is West Malibu. At the rail second is Queen Bee and Me. At the rail third, that's Good Miss Cadillac. Moving up fourth, that's She's a Gold Digger. Racing in there fifth is Hula Ray, and the last horse is I'm a Flirt. As they straighten out down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, June Eel has West Malibu on top by 2 lengths. Racing second, that's Queen Bee and Me, driven by Pat Malloy. Racing third, that's Good Miss Cadillac, driven by Emmanuel Miller. Down the backside, racing in there fourth, that is now She's a Gold Digger, driven by Mark St. Louis.
30 and 2.
First quarter paced in 30 and 2/5 seconds as they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's still West Malibu by about 2 lengths. Racing in there second, that's Queen Bee and Me. Up a little closer third now is Good Miss Cadillac. Racing fourth is She's a Gold Digger. Racing in there fifth is Hula Ray, and the last horse is I'm a Flirt. At the half-mile mark, it is still West Malibu with the lead. On the outside second now is Good Miss Cadillac, and at the rail third, Queen Bee and Me, and on the move on the outside fourth, that's She's a Gold Digger.
101 and 3.
First half paced in 101 and 3/5 as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. That's West Malibu by 2 lengths. On the outside second, that's Good Miss Cadillac. Along the rail third is Queen Bee and Me. Moving up on the outside fourth, that's She's a Gold Digger. At the rail fifth, that is Hula Ray, and the last horse is I'm a Flirt. Going past that 3/4 mile mark, that is still West Malibu with the lead.
131.
3/4 in 131. West Malibu on top by 3 lengths over Queen Bee and Me. Swimming through at the rail third, that's Good Miss Cadillac. On the outside fourth is She's a Gold Digger. Hula Ray slips through at the rail fifth. As they race toward home, that's West Malibu still holding on. West Malibu and Queen Bee and Me. It's going to be West Malibu, and here they all come. Queen Bee and Me up for place. Up for show is She's a Gold Digger.
201.
A mile in 2:01.
Drew Neal, his 4th winning drive of the evening here at Henry County Fair. The 5 West Malibu. Brian Boring trained down by the seaside, a $45,000 yearling purchase, as we mentioned. Picks up 3rd win of the season in 8 tries. Home in 2:01. I was looking here at some comments on the Facebook, and Valerie Ann wants to know what kind of chores Matt's going to be doing tomorrow.
Yep, I don't doubt that. I mentioned doing some yard work and some laundry tomorrow because, a day off I have to get
You have to
stuff
clean
ready
toilets also?
No, I'm sure I'll have a list now.
After you did it to
That's what you
yourself,
call
Matt.
a honey-do list.
Yeah. No, she helps out a ton in the summertime. She has picked up a lot of the mowing, which helps, and a lot of laundry and stuff when I'm just not home to do it. So I always have clean OHHA shirts to wear to the next fair. Throw in a suitcase and move on to the next one.
Well, we got 11 of them down. We got about an hour's worth of work yet.
We do. To say our lights really aren't.
Yep.
Well, are our lights on? We've got a couple.
Yeah,
We've
they
got
are.
a couple on the outside at least.
We're going to skip commercials this time, Doug. I have to get this piece of equipment over to the Rosie Weaver truck in the infield before they head out.
Okay.
so that we have internet in Rock Springs tomorrow.
They're going
hopefully.
to
Yeah.
Rosie's going
Yeah.
to Rock Springs
Yeah.
tomorrow.
So we're taking this piece down there. They're transporting for us. So
Okay.
The logistics of
Yeah.
all of it.
Let's go. Coming in from Adrian, Michigan, comes number 5, West Malibu. All by Doug Hartung Jr., trained by Brian Boring, and driven to victory this evening by Drew Neal. And West Malibu won here last year as a 2-year-old filly pacer. In fact, that was her only win last year, was here at the Henry County Fair. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Howard's Friendly Service. That's really here for Doug Hartung Jr., Travis Boring, Drew Neal, and West Malibu. And Howard's Friendly Service, the donor of the blanket. Let's have a big hand for Casey Wilkerson, who's done a fine job here both evenings of putting the blankets on the horse. Let's give Casey a big hand. And the official placings for race 11 from the top. Number 1, Good Miss Cadillac was 4th. Number 2, She's a Gold Digger was 3rd. Number 3, I'm a Flirt was 6th. Number 4, Queen Bee and Me was 2nd. Number 5, West Malibu was the winner. Number 6, Hula Ray was 5th. Time of the first quarter was 30 2/5. The half was in 101 3/5. The 3 quarters in 131 with a mile in 201. From the top it should read 4:36.215, a mile in 201. In the upcoming race 12, we have a late scratch. You may scratch the number 6 horse, Rockin' with T. Scratch the number 6 horse, Rockin' with T, out of race 12. There'll be win, place, show, exacta, quinella, and trifecta wagering here in race 12.
Looks like I think our 5 didn't end up going off the favorite.
Most likely. Pretty good payout, though, 320.
Said I was trying to remember. I looked before they switched the board. I can't remember exactly what he went off as. But like you said, does pay $320 exacta, just $8 to go 5-4.
12th race is up next. It's the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series. I believe this is the first of 3 divisions.
It is. I know, and that's what the last couple fairs I have been to, they're having at least 2 divisions of girls out on the track. But when I saw 3 today, I was like, man. And they're nice full fields.
Yes.
Taking a look. Doug, what do you think of our entertainment?
Oh, I
tonight?
love to listen to him. This is actually the first fair I've got to hear him. At Oak Harbor, when I worked there with the OHHA, Matt and I thought he would be there, and he wasn't there this year. I'm sure I'm on the slated to go to Wasion, and he'll be there. I think his name is Matt also.
It is. His first name is Matt, and, Matt Clark. Did he mention his last name earlier? But
He might have.
Richardson, maybe?
I think it is,
Yep.
yes. He can sing.
No, he definitely can. Carries a tune, and I will say he is here well before post time.
Oh,
he gets here at least an hour before.
Yeah.
So every one of these horses that are warming up for the first race get a show.
Yep, they're entertained.
Say he's been singing 2 or 3 songs between each race.
Actually, my mom was in before she passed away last November. Was in for a couple years. It's called the Miller Place in our hometown of Salina, and so I'm on their Facebook. And I think just a couple months ago they have entertainment there, maybe once a month come in, and I think the picture it sure looked like Matt Richardson was there. Yeah.
I say he's obviously up around this area where he lives.
Yes.
But Matt said that he goes to a lot of OFRC fairs. But same as you, this is my first time that I've been able to listen while at work.
Yep, he does a very nice job.
I say I'm sure our listeners can hear him a little from picking up on our mics. Hopefully they know what we're talking about. No, but Matt did step away for just a moment. If you missed that, we had to run some equipment over to make sure we have internet at Rock Springs tomorrow.
Boy, Rosie Weaver gets around.
Oh,
she
yeah.
puts some miles on.
Absolutely.
Wow.
And she takes a
I
big
don't-
trailer everywhere
I
she
don't even know
goes
how
to.
you would find Rock Springs.
The GPS. That's about, listen, I'm a 26-year-old girl. I listen to a GPS everywhere I go. But I know, Doug, we've talked about on air a handful of times of just all the people it takes to run a fair.
Oh, yes.
And because you hear us, of course, but so many people behind us, and just right there, the logistics of trying to get everything we need to places in a timely manner. And while we have a moment, I can talk about all of our officials here at Napoleon. Our speed superintendent is Jean Gerdman. Presiding judge is Paul Combs. Our charter is Pamela Weller. And of course, our clerk and announcer is Bill Peters. Photo finish is run by Edward Imbach. And our photographer is Bowen Photos. And our starter, of course, that we have mentioned a handful of times tonight is the Mike Webkenberg starting gates. Looks like we have a couple of horses out on the track. We really shouldn't have any more warming up because
The warm-up should be pretty much. I think our last 4 races, 3 of them are the ladies driving series.
Yep.
I don't know if there's a stake in there or if they have a signature
There
series
is
or
a
a
signature
free-for-all.
series.
Okay,
13th.
so the stakes are finished.
Yeah, I'm
Stakes are
going to say that's a good point. We have finished with our 2- and 3-year-old stakes. Fastest mile of the entire meet so far, if we go a couple back, has been race 7, 1:58.1. I'm a Beach Lady. And that, she did set the new divisional track record for 3-year-old filly pacers in that start. So far, like I had said earlier, our track seems to be tightening up because we now have finally seen 2 sub 2-minute miles.
Matt made it back.
Yeah.
Did you get to see Bolt?
Plenty of time. No, Bolt's not here.
He's not here tonight.
Joe Yoder's in charge tonight. He told me they have a 2 3-year-old trotting fillies in at Rock Springs going for $11,000 and change in a 3-horse field.
Oh, my.
Yeah, so that'll pay some bills for the way, pay for the gas money down there anyways. Even if 2nd and 3rd going for that kind of money would be all right.
I mean, really, these fairs, I had a friend that lives up here in Napoleon asking some questions. I was visiting with her earlier. And, of course, we know Ohio Sire State go for a lot of money. The BSS is kind of that middle tier. And she was kind of asking, like, how do trainers make their money? How do you really, like, just these little county fairs? I said, well, they're not little anymore.
No.
And I say, it depends, of course, how many divisions. But, I mean, we're looking, even tonight, I think there was, I can't remember which division it was, but the total purse was over $14,000.
I saw down at
when they don't split, yes.
Yeah, down at Greenville, I think it was the 3-year-old Colt Pacers split, I think, 4 times. So
4
they're
times.
going, like 3,600 or something.
3,600.
But you never know. I mean, just as likely to hit one division going for 12,000.
Back to the purse distribution and things. When you look at this, you show a purse of $14,000. Well, that is the fair doesn't pay that.
Mm-hmm.
They get, so much. That stake race costs the fair $500. Am I right?
I don't think it cost them anything.
Well, I think they get. My understanding is the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association gives each fair for racing $14,000. There's 8 divisions, so if they had to put $500 up in each division, which I'm pretty sure they do, that would be $4,000. And then they have to write an overnight and give that so much money for overnights, just a few thousand.
That's a question better for Susan. She has her hands, and so does Lisa Schwartz, completely understands exactly all the money and how to help fair boards understand that racing really doesn't cost them anything outside of their overnights and some small fees like that. But I'm glad that you mentioned that, just because on this program specifically, at the very,
At
very
the bottom, it should say, it said how much
does.
the Ohio Harness Horsemen contributed, probably.
Very cool. But here we go. Here's our post parade of race 12.
$1 in a blanket courtesy of Meister and Associates. Number 1 is Stay Gold. Owned and trained by Steve Bateson of Rudolph, Ohio. The driver is Stacy Curry. Number 2 is Fred's Nightmare. Owned and trained by Becky Zubkoff of South Salem, Ohio. The driver is Mandy Jones. Number 3 is Catch Me Conrad. Owned and trained by Greg Cook of Brooklyn, Michigan. The driver, Christina Johnson. Number 4 is Yacht Week. Owned by Hagerman Racing of Mount Vernon, Ohio. Daniel Schrock of Millersburg, Ohio. And Terrence Smith of Lancaster, Texas. Trained by Herman Hagerman. The driver, Jasmine Arnold. Number 5 is Play the Ponies, owned by Elizabeth and David Tolley of Mount Vernon, Ohio. Trained by Elizabeth Tolley, the driver is Leslie Joyce. At number 6, Rockin' with T has been drawn. Horses will take one score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta.
So just scratch down to a field of 5, Doug.
I was just looking at, in these Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series, you always see these horses with a lot of back class. Just roughly, I'm looking at $1.3 to $1.4 million. The one Stay Gold, $298, $147,000 for Fred's Nightmare, $346 for Catch Me Conrad, $382 for the 4, Jasmine Arnold and Yacht Week. Play the Ponies, $234 in the scratch, the 6 Rockin' with T, $178,000. So roughly a $1.3 to $1.4 million these horses have earned. Jasmine Arnold, who's come back across the pond, she was long way from here last week at this time.
That she was.
The Henry County Fair to drive Yacht Week.
On the rail, we do have Stacy Curry in the bike of the 1 Stay Gold. Stephen Bateson does train this 8-year-old mare by Pet Rock. Most recently, in the ladies series at Attica, did have a 4th place finish, ended up going in 2:03.3. However, a start back from that was 2nd at Scioto Downs in a Fillies and Mares non-winners of 2,000 in the last 4. Again, had a 2nd place finish, ended up going the mile in 1:53. As Doug had mentioned, $298,000 made for this 8-year-old mare and 180 lifetime starts with 15 wins.
Mandy Jones drives the 2 Fred's Nightmare, $147,000 lifetime, $42,000 this year. Earlier in the year, 151-3 at Miami Valley. 2 back, raced at Tiffin in the ladies series. Mandy Jones drove gate to wire, 158-3.
Doug, we are rolling them. So Catch Me Conrad is the 3-hole. Yacht Week 4. Play the Ponies in the 5th post position.
Ponies, here they come. They're off and pacing. The first horse away on the outside is Yacht Week. At the rail second, it's Fred's Nightmare. Moving in there third, that's Catch Me Conrad. Dropping in there 4th, let's Play the Ponies, and the last horse is Stay Gold. As they make the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that quarter-mile mark, Jasmine Arnold has Yacht Week on top by a length and a half. Pacing in there second, that's Fred's Nightmare, driven by Mandy Jones. Racing in there third, that's Catch Me Conrad, driven by Christina Johnson. 4th is Play the Ponies, driven by Leslie Joyce. And the last horse is Stay Gold, driven by Stacy Curry. Racing past that quarter-mile mark, that is still Yacht Week with the lead. First quarter paced in 31 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's still Yacht Week with the lead. Charging up on the outside second, now comes Catch Me Conrad. At the rail third, it's Fred's Nightmare. Racing 4th is Play the Ponies, and the last horse is Stay Gold. Front 4 are well bunched as they race down to the half-mile mark. Along the rail with the lead, that's Yacht Week, but pouring on the pressure on the outside is Catch Me Conrad. Fred's Nightmare is right there third. Racing 4th, Play the Ponies, and Stay Gold trails. First half paced in 101 3/5 as they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Yacht Week. The horse pouring on the pressure on the outside is Catch Me Conrad. Fred's Nightmare is third along the rail. 4th is Play the Ponies and Stay Gold trails. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. That is still Yacht Week with the lead. On the outside, second is Catch Me Conrad. Fred's Nightmare now has room to get out. Racing in there 4th is Play the Ponies, and then comes Stay Gold. 3/4 and 130 and 4/5. As they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt, that's still Yacht Week with the lead. Racing second, Catch Me Conrad, and now Mandy Jones goes to work on Fred's Nightmare. Pacing up on the outside as they race toward home. That's Yacht Week, Catch Me Conrad, and on the outside, that is Fred's Nightmare. Coming along the rail, let's Play the Ponies, but past the stands, it's going to be Yacht Week, and here they all come. Up for place is Catch Me Conrad, tight for show there between Play the Ponies and Fred's Nightmare. 1 mile and 1:59 and 4/5.
Jasmine Arnold, gate to wire with Yacht Week, 1:59 and 4.
So they started pretty quick for that race, so we did not get to talk about Yacht Week, but trained by Herman Hagerman. This is an 8-year-old gelding by Some Beach Somewhere. 24 starts on the year. Well, now 25 starts with 2 wins and just about $31,000 on the year. However, Lifetime has now made about $235,000.
Raced great. Catch Me Conrad's not an easy horse to put
300,
away.
Oh yeah, I was reading the wrong line. My
well,
apologies.
we can't see up here. I got my phone.
It's got dark on us.
Yes.
Saturday, just this past Saturday. So we would like to thank Webkenberg Starting Gate for providing the starting services here for the fair at the Henry County Fair this year.
Does look, and we didn't get to mention. You said that Jasmine was across the pond. I do believe she had a second place finish.
I didn't know where she did finish second.
Yep.
Do they just drive one time? Do you know, or
I think they do. I think it's one start, but she had a second place finish in that ladies series over there.
I know. Probably 2 weeks tomorrow, I was at Xenia at the Greene County Fair with the OHHA team, and we had her on talking about that. And not only does she like to drive, she's a great outrider at Saturday
That
Downs.
she is.
Coming in from Mount Vernon, Millersburg, Ohio, along with Lancaster, Texas, comes number 4, Yacht Week. Owned by Hagerman Racing, Daniel Schrock and Terrence Smith, trained by Herman Hagerman, and driven to victory this evening by Jasmine Arnold. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Meister and Associates. Let's have a big hand here for Jasmine Arnold, Adam Short, Emmanuel Miller, Morgan Hagerman, and Yacht Week. And to Meister and Associates, the donors of the blanket. Here are the official placings for race 12 from the top. Number 1, Stay Gold was 5th. Number 2, Fred's Nightmare was 4th. Number 3, Catch Me Conrad was 2nd. Number 4, Yacht Week was a winner. Number 5, Play the Ponies was 3rd. And number 6, Rockin' with Tea had been drawn. Time of the first quarter was 31 seconds. The half was in 1:01 and 3/5. The 3/4 in 1:30 and 4/5, with a mile in 1:59 and 4/5. From the top it should read 5, 4, 2, 1, 3, scratch, a mile in 1:59 and 4/5. In the upcoming race 13, number 7, Scarlet Cat, changed the driver to Drew Neal. Drew Neal will drive number 7, Scarlet Cat, in race 13.
Doug, we go official. 4, 3, 5 across the wire are Jasmine Arnold to that win, pays $720.
$720.
We are going to flip the page into the 13th race, the Signature Series Pace, a field of 7, but we do have a few commercials before we get into that.
Volstead, Coach K. Hanover, Slay, Ohio's top trotters stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's offspring include Sugar Instead, the 2023 Ohio 2-year-old Trotting Filly of the Year, and 2024 Ohio Sire Stakes winner, Jurassic Hattie. Coach K. Hanover, the son of world record holder Walner. And Slay, the son of Chapter 7, standing his first season at Dublin Valley Farms.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Mark your calendar for the new and Tuesday, December 17th at the Mount Hope Event Center in Mount Hope, Ohio. Broodmares, broodmare prospects, racehorses, and stallion shares. Pedigrees announced by Ed Teefee and Gabe Pruitt. Online bidding, clean, heated facility. The North American Standard Bred Mix Sale. A live auction to see quality horses with industry-leading pedigrees. Tuesday, December 17th in Mount Hope, Ohio. Entries open September 5th.
Doug, we are headed next into the 13th race, the Signature Series pace for 4-year-olds and up. We have a full field of 7, and we seem to be picking up the pace. So I guess we will jump right in. So again, this is a purse of $3,175 on the rail. We have Filet Mignon Emmanuel Miller in the bike of this 6-year-old mare by Racing Hill, trained by Herman Hagerman, coming right off of a wire-to-wire win in Lisbon. The free-for-all pace did end up going that mile in 2:04 and 2. 14 starts on the year, has hit the board 6 of 14. Lifetime has made $126,000.
Pierce Henry will drive the 2 famous Seamus. 59,000 lifetime, 4,500 this year. Has 21 starts this year, 1 second, 4 thirds. Racing the Signature Series 2, 3, and 4 starts back. Finished 3rd and had a 4th place finish, that 3rd place finish at Bowling Green.
And I do have to say, we have a very special starter here, leaving from our 3rd post position, Torieg Silster. This is his 300th lifetime start. Philip Groves does train. Alex Hawk will be in the bike. This is an 11-year-old gelding by Shadow Play. He is not one that needs to be introduced. He holds a lot of track records around Ohio. Most recently did have a 2nd place finish in the Signature Series at Salina. Lifetime, again, 300 starts for this gelding, 48 wins, and has earnings up to $376,000.
4 is Rockin' Reggie. Charles Smith Jr. drives. 12 starts this year, has 3 thirds, 35,000 lifetime. Mark was taken last year at Northville, 157 and 2. Last time out, 55 and 2. Finished 3rd at Northfield Park.
I think all right, there we go. Our 5-horse. Doug, how is that pronounced?
I would say Crusoe Hanover.
Crusoe Hanover. Rosie Weaver does train. Joseph Yoder in the bike. This is a 13-year-old gelding by Some Beach Somewhere out of the Western Hanover mare Castaway Hanover. So they did have that last win, 4 starts back, wire to wire at Northfield in the 5,000 claimer. Mile went in 1:55 and 1. This looks to be Rosie's first start as trainer with this gelding.
Mark St. Louis Jr. looking for his 3rd winning drive of the evening here at the Henry County Fair. He'll drive the 6th Surfing the Canyon for Steve Bateson. 10 starts, 8 wins, has a 2nd, 17,000, 138,000. Lifetime, 150 and 3/5 at Scioto Downs. That's 4 back.
Rounding out the field, we have Drew Neal on our 7, Scarlet Cat. Taking a look. This is a 10-year-old gelding by KF St. Patrick. Out of the Cam Luck mare, Evans Luck, 12 starts on the year, still looking for the first seasonal win. Actually hasn't had a win in a couple of years. However, 251 lifetime starts with 20 wins, 28 second place finishes, and 37 third place finishes. Most recently at Northfield and a non-winners of 1,500 in the last 4. Was out of the money, but did go that mile in 155 and 3. Lifetime has earnings of almost $150,000.
3,175 and a blanket courtesy of Grelton Elevator. Number 1 is Filet Mignon. She's a bay mare, 6 years old, by Racing Hill, out of Canadian Dragon by Dragon Again, all by Charles Reeve of Broadview Heights, Ohio, trained by Herman Hagerman, driven this evening by Emmanuel Miller, lifetime earnings over $126,000, a lifetime mark 154. Number 2 is Famous Seamus. He's a brown gelding, 6 years old, by Do Me That Again, out of Chica, Hanover by Western Hanover, owned by Denmar Stable of Florida, of Fort Myers, Florida, trained by Karen Takasik, driven this evening by Pierce Henry, lifetime earnings over $59,000, a lifetime mark 154 and 3/5. Number 3 is Turig Seelster. He's a bay gelding, 11 years old, by Shadow Play, out of That Day by Cam Luck, owned and trained by Phil Groves of Sydney, driven this evening by Alex Hawk, lifetime earnings over $376,000, a lifetime mark 150 and 4/5. Number 4 is Rockin' Reggie. He's a brown gelding, 5 years old, by Pet Rock, out of Southern Accent by Well Said, owned by Mikhail Pappas of Brownstown, Michigan, trained by Elizabeth Tolley, driven this evening by Charles Smith Jr., lifetime earnings over $35,000, a lifetime mark 157 and 2/5. Number 5 is Crusoe Hanover. He's a bay gelding, 13 years old, by Some Beach Somewhere, out of Castaway, Hanover by Western Hanover, owned by Joseph Yoder of Millersburg, Ohio, trained by Rosie Weaver, driven this evening by Joseph Yoder, lifetime earnings over $460,000, a lifetime mark 151 and 1/5. Number 6 is Surfin' the Canyon. He's a bay gelding, 5 years old, by Canyon Win, out of Cruisin' and Surfin' by Yankee Cruiser, owned and trained by Steve Bateson of Rudolph, Ohio, driven this evening by Mark St. Louis Jr., lifetime earnings over $138,000, a lifetime mark 150 and 3/5. And number 7 is Scarlet Cat. He's a bay gelding, 10 years old, by KF St. Patrick, out of Heaven's Luck by Cam Luck, owned and trained by Sam Amato of Newport, Michigan, driven this evening by Drew Neal, lifetime earnings over $149,000, a lifetime mark 152 and 3/5. Those are your horses for the 2024 Henry County Horseman Memorial Pace. There's Win, Place, Show, Exacta, Quinella, and Trifecta Wagering. Hurry and don't be shut up.
Ashley, can you go over the track record? There was a question about that on Facebook. I remember Tattler's Jet in 2005.
Was it? Well, I actually, yes, you are right on that one. Was it a specific question? Did
Just
you
the
say?
time. What's the time of the
Oh,
track
yep.
record?
So Tattler's Jet, 2005, 156 and 4 for our all age pace. All age trot, Simply a Mission in 2018, 2 minutes and 3/5.
You mentioned how do you pronounce the 5, Crusoe Hanover. As an announcer, it's pretty easy this year, most of the time. You know, you got to study them, look when the entries come out. But what I do a lot of times, I will have to, in the years past when these names are so difficult, I'll look where they made their last start at, like if they made it at Scioto, and I'll go back and listen to how Barry Vickroy called it, or
that's a good
announcer
idea.
Kevin Livingood at Northfield, things like that.
Look
But
at
what
you.
you do, when you start to pronounce a name wrong, you will do it that way the whole race. Like Rockin' Ray L. the other day at Salina, I called her Rockin' Rayleigh the whole race.
Look at you using your brain. All right, here we go. Signature Series pace, a full field. We're going to roll it over to Bill Peters.
Here they come. They're off in the Henry County Memorial Pace. Going the first horse away is Filet Mignon. Up on the outside second is Turig Seelster. At the rail third is Surfin' the Canyon. Dropping in there fourth, that's Famous Seamus. Up on the outside fifth is Crusoe Hanover. Racing in their sixth, that's Scarlet Cat. And the last horse is Rockin' Reggie. As they head down the backside, off stride went Filet Mignon. Now taking over is Touring Sealster. Racing up second is Surfing the Canyon. Racing in their third is Famous Seamus. Moving along fourth at the rails, they race down the backside. That is now Scarlet Cat.
28 and 3.
First quarter paced in 28 and 3/5 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. Out there on the front end, that is now Touring Sealster. Racing in there second at the rail is Surfing the Canyon. Coming to the half-mile mark, that's still Touring Sealster with the lead. Surfing the Canyon racing second. In their third, that's Famous Seamus. Racing along fourth is Crusoe Hanover up on the outside fifth. Now that is Rockin' Reggie, and sixth along the rail is Scarlet Cat. First half pace in 58 and 1/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Touring Sealster. The closest horse second is Surfing the Canyon. Famous Seamus continues to pace in their third. Taking over fourth along the rail. Now that is Scarlet Cat. Going to that 3/4 mile mark. That's still Touring Sealster with the lead. Surfing the Canyon trying to come on.
128 and 3.
3/4 in 128 and 3/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That is Touring Sealster still with the lead. Surfing the Canyon a length and a half back second. As they turn for home, Touring Sealster and Surfing the Canyon. Touring Sealster at the rail, Surfing the Canyon on the outside. As they race through the lane, Touring Sealster and Surfing the Canyon. Touring Sealster and Surfing the Canyon. Touring Sealster and Surfing the Canyon. It's Surfing the Canyon.
157 and 2.
A mile in 157 and 2/5.
That was tight.
Just missed.
I don't know.
I think
I
the
think
six
Tour
got up.
nipped. Yeah,
I think he got
You
up
think-
right at the wire.
I mean, it would be in that final stride, final step if he did get Touring Sealster.
But, I mean, with that, though, I mean, Surfing the Canyon is such a tough horse. He is just tearing
yeah.
this series up. But, however, a big congratulations to Touring Sealster. Still a great mile.
3/5 of a second off the track record.
Yeah, I know that was a quick
28
little
and 3,
pace.
58 and 1, 28 and 3, 57 and 2. All depends on that angle.
That it does. That it does. We'll
Without
wait for the
photo,
official.
you're probably right. We're right on the wire.
But I would love if the 3 Touring Sealster got up. That was his 300th lifetime start. I just think we might have been astride.
Yeah.
It
We
was
needed
just
we need the finish line to move back just a touch.
half a
Surfing the
stride,
Canyon
really,
might
half a
have played
stride.
the spoiler. It's so close, though.
Yes.
What a gritty effort by Surfing the Canyon. I mean, I thought he was put away. I thought Alex Hawk was kind of on cruise control there, even halfway through the stretch, but 6 just kept coming.
And honestly, Touring Sealster raced so interesting. Like his head.
Yeah.
How he
Way
carries
up
his
in the
head.
air, right?
How
Yeah.
he just carries himself in general.
Yeah, could lower that overcheck down one hole. He's probably a winner tonight if he's not already.
Maybe to be a dead heat.
Could be.
You know, I'd
We'd
be all
take
right with that.
Yeah,
I'd
we'd
be all
take
right
it.
with that.
We'll share it.
They are both kind of making their way back, waiting for that official. They couldn't even call it.
They're still looking up there.
Winner's circle.
Yeah.
So there we go.
No shame in that loss at all. That was a great mile.
Such
by
a
the old
tough
man.
horse.
Yep.
11 years old. But here we go. Our 6th horse is our winner. I don't know how many in a row, but it's a lot in a row.
Well, this
Off
will
a
be
track
his
record
ninth.
at Bowling Green. I
This
do know
will be
that.
his 9th of the season, I believe. Mark St. Louis Jr. gets his 3rd driving win. Well, it's definitely 7 in a row.
I know our lines only go back so far, though.
I thought Steve might be here somewhere. He just missed the golf cart.
Running across the infield for the win photo should be a sport in itself, though.
Yep. There's some ruts out there, too. You have to be careful out there. Yeah, this horse is super sharp right now.
And now moving down the track into the winner's circle for the 8th time in a row comes number 6, Surfing the Canyon. Owned and trained by Steve Bateson of Rudolph and driven to victory by Mark St. Louis Jr. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Galton Elevator. Let's have a big hand here for Steve Bateson, Stacy Curry, Mark St. Louis Jr., and Surfing the Canyon, the winner of the 2024 Henry County Horseman Memorial Pace. Here are the official placings for race 13 from the top. Number 1, Filet Mignon was 7th. Number 2, Famous Seamus was 4th. Number 3, Touring Sealster was 2nd. Number 4, Rockin' Reggie was 5th. Number 5, Crusoe Hanover was 6th. Number 6, Surfing the Canyon was the winner. And number 7, Scarlet Cat was 3rd. Time of the first quarter was 28 3/5. The half was in 58 1/5. The 3/4 in 128 3/5, with a mile in 157 2/5. From the top it should read 7, 4, 2, 5, 6, 1. 3 on the bottom. The mile in 157 2/5.
A lot of times that second tier doesn't always work out, but this time he was out 3rd, and then that Filet Mignon made a break, and he kind of inherited the 2-hole. If that hadn't happened, he might have come first over, and would have been a lot tougher trip on him. Not to say he wouldn't have got by, but would have been a lot tougher trip.
There we go. Official for our 13th, 6-3-7-2 across the board. Surfing the Canyon pays $340 to win that trifecta. Bigger than I would have imagined, but $61.20.
$61, good payoff.
Gonna flip the page. We're headed next to the penultimate race 14, the second division of the Spring Haven Farm Ladies Driving Series. Have a field of 5. We'll see you back here shortly.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Long Tom, Summa Cum Laude, Ready for Money, and Bit of a Legend. See our yearlings at the Blooded Horse Sale August 27th and the Ohio Select Sale September 13th.
The Delaware County Fair, where history meets horsepower. Get ready for the thrill of a lifetime as the world-famous Little Brown Jug takes center stage. Witness the heart-pounding action, the thundering hooves, and the sheer determination of these incredible athletes compete for the coveted Little Brown Jug title. Don't miss your chance to be a part of history. For ticket and hospitality options, visit littlebrownjug.com. The Little Brown Jug, where champions are made and legends are born. Be there!
Doug, we're back. The penultimate at the Henry County Fair here in Napoleon. It has been a great 2 days of racing. Surfing the Canyon just got it done, and currently, and which I would assume, but possibly not, the fastest mile so far of the meet in 1:57.2. Headed next into race 14. Again, that second division of our lady drivers. A field of 5. I do not see anybody on the track yet.
I see one coming out, one out. Field of 5, Mr. Match on Beach, Leslie Joyce for Elizabeth Tolley. 198,000 lifetime, 7 starts this year, 2 seconds and a third for the one, Mr. Match on Beach.
Doug, do you have the driver of number 2? I heard the first name.
Jennifer
Jeff.
Main.
Jennifer Main
is driving the 2.
I cannot read my own writing. Jennifer Main. All right. Perfect. So our 2-horse will be driven by Jennifer Main. Frankie's Beach Boy. This is a 10-year-old gelding by Some Beach Somewhere. Still looking for that first seasonal win for trainer Salvatore Amito. However, has had 3 third-place finishes in 20 starts, just $3,900 on the year. Most recently, the best start has come at Northfield Park on 7/31 in a non-winners of 1,500 in the last 4. Placed 4th with Justin Irvine in the bike final mile time, 1:57.2. Lifetime, this gelding has earned over $280,000.
Mandy Jones drives the 3. Nikki's All In for Steve Ashby. 14 starts this year, a win, 2 seconds at a third, 7,700, 57,000 lifetime. A mark is a 3-year-old, 155-1 at Rosecroft.
Christina Johnson will drive the 4. He's a knockout for trainer Ed Conrad. This is just a 4-year-old gelding by Western Thorn, owned by Gary Wilmoth of Erie, Michigan. 18 starts on the year with just 1 win and a 3rd-place finish. That 3rd-place finish did come back at the Oak Harbor Signature Series, and mile went in 1:59.2.
Lauren Harmon drives the 5. Poof Daddy for her mother, Krista. 20 starts for Poof Daddy this year. 2 wins, 5 seconds, 2/3 lifetime, 145,000 a mark as an 8-year-old at Northfield Park of 152.2. The 5, Poof Daddy and Lauren Harmon.
Talley of Mount Vernon, Ohio, trained by Elizabeth Talley, the driver Leslie Joyce. Number 2 is Frankie's Beach Boy, owned by Edward Mason of Monroe, Michigan, trained by Sam Amato, the driver is Jennifer Main. Number 3, Nikki's All In has been drawn. Number 4 is He's a Knockout, owned by Gary Wilmot of Erie, Michigan, trained by Ed Conrad, the driver Christina Johnson. And number 5 is Poof Daddy, owned by Kristen Riley Harmon, Jackson, Michigan, trained by Krista Harmon, the driver is Lauren Harmon. Horses will take 1 long score and go to the gate. Mutual windows closing in 4 minutes. There's win, place, exact.
Doug, do we have a late scratch? Did I miss the 3-horse late scratch? He did. He was at least not in the post parade. I don't know if he's coming.
Is he on the odds board over there? Is it? Look, no, I believe there is a blank spot.
No, we do. We have a scratch. Our 3-horse, Nikki's All In, is out. So scratch down to a field of 4 in the 14th. I do believe that is our smallest field of the night.
Well, there was a scratch. Maybe in the last race there is a scratch in the ladies' pace, I think. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
I don't currently have anything, but doesn't mean I did miss something.
No, I thought maybe in the other division. Well, the 12th race, the first division, 6 were to go to the post. We did have a scratch at left 5. So, this is our smallest field.
And I want to say, Steve Ashby did train that 6-horse that was scratched, and Jim Ashby is down as trainer for Nikki's All In that is currently withdrawn from this race. Sure, we will go to the gate relatively quickly. We are headed into race 14 of 15 tonight.
We're really rolling right along here.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
I'm going to say it was a pretty good pace to begin with. Yes. I really wasn't expecting to get done until much closer to 10, if not way later than that.
I figured 10:15, but we should be finished at, I would think, a little before 10.
Knock on wood, Doug.
Yeah, you never know.
Plenty around.
Yes.
A lot of horses got raced today, and everybody got them out on time.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they did a real good job. Jeannie Gerdeman, the speed superintendent, was actually a little worried from what I understand, with this many horses here. It was a lot bigger card, I think, than they're accustomed to.
I didn't add them up. Would it be 100 today?
92.
92.
90, which we've had a couple of scratches, but 92 horses represented 43 trainers, and almost $60,000 were up for grabs today. Say Napoleon, given this is my first year working this fair, but I didn't think our cards were normally this large.
I've been coming here my whole life. I don't remember them.
No, I keep my Huff Guide from year to year, and I always look, and I think there was like 11 and 12 last year.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's very unusual to have this many races this late in the season.
Mm-hmm. scratch down to a field of 4 for the 14th. The second division of the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series. From the rail out, we have Mr. Match on Beach, Frankie's Beach Boy. The 3 is a scratch. 4, he's a knockout. And 5, Puff Daddy. Looks like we have a recall. Recall, there we go.
Shouldn't have said that we're going to be finished.
Yeah.
By 10.
I know. I said knock on wood.
That's how it starts. We got
Yep.
3 of them over there. I don't see a 4th horse, but there's so much stuff in the infield that.
I know, it's hard to see all the way over in that last turn. Currently, the 1-9 favorite is our 5, Puff Daddy, with Lauren Harmon in the bike. There's still such a glare on the tote board, I can't really tell who our second choice is.
No, I can't either.
Looks like our 4 horse is sitting. It might be our 4 horse, but it's sitting
4
5.
horse looks 5 to
1. But I can't tell what our 2.
I can't either. Just a glare there.
I think it might be 5-1 as well. So.
I'm not terribly sure what's happening right now. Looks like we've got a driver off of one of the horses holding on to it. But now it's behind the giant water tanker. And I can't see anything.
Something's going on. Presiding Judge Paul Combs has binoculars looking over that way. We can't see because of this big water truck.
I do see the 1 and is that the 1 and 2 horse?
Let's see.
And there,
There's
I believe,
the
is our 5.
Yep.
And then I see the 4
Okay.
up in the turn.
Yep, I think we're going the right way now. I think there might have been just an equipment adjustment or something, but I could see a empty sulky over there briefly. But the starting gate has not moved. I think we're going to turn them and try that all over from the beginning.
If you're watching trackside with us, Bill let us know the wagering windows are still open. Plenty of time to put your money on. There we go.
So I do see all 4 horses now. Gate's going to move into position once again.
He's a knockout with Poof Daddy on the outside. There they come. They're off and pacing. The first horse away on the outside is Poof Daddy. Down at the rail second, that is Mr. Match on Beach. And Mr. Match on Beach now takes over. Poof Daddy drops in there second. Racing third is Frankie's Beach Boy. And the last horse is He's a Knockout. As they head down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Leslie Joyce has Mr. Match on Beach on top by 2 lengths. Racing second is Poof Daddy, driven by Lauren Harmon. Racing third is Frankie's Beach Boy, driven by Jennifer Main. The last horse, He's a Knockout, driven by Christina Johnson. Past that quarter-mile mark, that's still Mr. Match on Beach with the lead.
29.
First quarter paced in 29 seconds. As they race around that upper turn to come down past the stands for the first time. That's Mr. Match on Beach by 2.5 lengths over Poof Daddy. Racing in their third, that's Frankie's Beach Boy, and the last horse is He's a Knockout. Front 3 are pretty well bunched as they come to the half-mile mark. That is still Mr. Match on Beach with the lead. Sitting in the golden chair second is Lauren Harmon with Poof Daddy. Jennifer Main has Frankie's Beach Boy in their third, and the last horse is He's a Knockout. First half paced in 58 2/5 seconds. As they round the turn now to head down the backside to race over to that 3/4 mile mark. The one to catch is Mr. Match on Beach. The closest horse second is Poof Daddy. Racing in there third, that's Frankie's Beach Boy. And farther back fourth is He's a Knockout. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark. Lauren Harmon is out and on the move with Poof Daddy. Racing still of the way over the lead is Mr. Match on Beach. And right there third is Frankie's Beach Boy. 3/4 and 129 and 1/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for pay dirt. That's Poof Daddy on the outside and Mr. Match on Beach. They're along the rail. They're only heads apart. And now 3 wide comes Frankie's Beach Boy as they race toward home. That's Mr. Match on Beach, Poof Daddy, and Frankie's Beach Boy as they race through the lane. That's Frankie's Beach Boy now taking over. It's going to be Frankie's Beach Boy, and here they all come. Tight for place there between Mr. Match on Beach and Poof Daddy. 1 mile in 2 minutes and 1/5.
I have them across the wire 2-1-5-4. Nice drive. Jennifer Main.
Set off the pace a little bit. Battling for the lead as they went into that opening turn where they left the gate was Mr. Match on Beach and Poof Daddy. Mr. Match on Beach won that early battle. Poof Daddy got the 2-hole trip, and Frankie's Beach Boy, Jennifer Main, I believe, was third most of the mile through fractions of 29, 58 and 2, 29 and 1. Home in 2 minutes and a 1/5. The race actually set up for her with those hot fractions up front.
I say we did slow down quite a bit. Say to the half and 58 and 2 final mile time, 2 minutes and 1/5. Jennifer Main really just coasted. There was no need.
Yeah.
No need
Back
to push.
half in roughly 102, 101 and 4, something like that.
No real bias on this track tonight. You know, a lot of horses come from off the pace tonight.
I thought when Lauren Harmon pulled on the backside, she was going to clear.
Yeah.
I really did.
Yeah, made a big move.
I believe Lauren Harmon 2 years ago was the ladies driving champion at Delaware. I believe it was 2 years ago.
I think with this horse too.
With this, that's what I was thinking with Poof Daddy. Yeah.
And now moving down the track into the winner's circle where the winners go. Coming in from Monroe, Michigan, comes number 2, Frankie's Beach Boy. Owned by Edward Mason, trained by Sam Amato, and driven to victory this evening by Jennifer Main. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Okolona Metal and Iron. Let's have a big hand here for Edward Mason, Sam Amato, Jennifer Main, and Frankie's Beach Boy, and the Okolona Metal and Iron, the donors of the blanket. Here are the official placings for race 14 from the top. Number 1, Mr. Match on Beach was second. Number 2, Frankie's Beach Boy was the winner. Number 3, Nikki's All In had been drawn. Number 4, He's a Knockout was fourth. And number 5, Poof Daddy was third. Time of the first quarter was 29 seconds. The half was in 58 and 2/5. The 3/4 in 129 and 1/5 with a mile in 2 minutes and 1/5. From the top it should read 2-1 scratch, 4-3 on the bottom. The mile in 2 minutes and 1/5. In the upcoming race 15, there will be win, place.
Well, it's on to the 15th and final, the third division of the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series. Sponsored by Moose Lodge, number 788 of Napoleon, a field of 6. Christina Johnson driving again, Jennifer Main, Emma Wahlberg, Lauren Harmon, Leslie Joyce, and Mandy Jones. Those are the 6 ladies will line up behind the Weppenberg starting gate for the final tonight. We need to get a commercial in here. Better hear from those fine sponsors.
Yep, one more.
Let's do her
We
one
might
more
have missed
time.
one.
One
Yeah.
more time.
All right.
And we'll be back
shortly.
for the 15th and final.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC oil. It makes a world of difference.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1976, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com for fast shipping. Most orders ship that day. Or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. At Ohio State's Galbraith Equine Center, our veterinary champions are here for your champions 24/7, 365 days a year. Our expert team of boarded surgeons, sports medicine and rehabilitation specialists, together with veterinary cardiologists, internal medicine, and ophthalmologists, make our hospital your best resource for all sport horse performance issues. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center's Galbraith Equine Hospital. Call us today at 614-292-6661.
Well, one more time, Ashley and Matt.
Let's do it right.
There's a really nice crowd here still. There's a
Yeah.
bigger crowd here now at the 15th race of the night than I've seen at some fairs,
Well,
in prime time.
they like the horse racing and they like the singer.
Yeah.
He can flat out sing.
I think it makes a world of difference having some kind of entertainment in
Yeah.
between races. I mean, there's so many distractions at the fair for other people to,
Yes,
like they might
yes.
stop, see a horse race, and then wander off and look at
Yes,
something else,
yep.
So you got to keep them entertained.
We do have a couple on the track headed into our 15th and final. It is a field of 6, this third and final division of lady drivers. Doug, we've got a full field of 6, and we tend to go behind the gate quick. Do we want to just get it going?
Yeah, we're going to start it off with one black Tilly. Christina Johnson drives a 91,000 lifetime. Winner once this year. Lifetime mark 55 and 4 at Northfield Park. The one black Tilly and Christina Johnson.
Jennifer Main will try to go back-to-back with the 2-horse Headbanger. This is trained by Greg Bates and an 8-year-old gelding by a rock and roll dance out of the Keystone Raider mare, Raiders' favorite. Last start out in the ladies series at Attica, had a 3rd place finish, final quarter in 30 flat, ended up going the mile with Jennifer in the bike in 2:02 and 4. Just 2 starts on the season for Headbanger, so I'm sure trying to tighten up. Hopefully can get that win back-to-back for her today. Lifetime has 18 wins and $145,000 made.
3 Duck Duck Dragon, Emma Wahlberg drives. 11 starts, 2 wins, a second, 2/3, 196,000 lifetime. There's a 6-year-old, took a mark of 152 at Scioto Downs. Last time out was at Croton, finished first, winning in 2:01.
Third division of the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series pace, going for a purse of $800 and a blanket courtesy of Moose Lodge number 788 of Napoleon. Number 1 is Black Tilly, all by Wasika Lauder of Taylor, Michigan, trained by Ed Conrad. The driver is Christina Johnson. Number 2 is Headbanger, owned by Hayter Stables LLC of Temperance, Michigan, trained by Greg Bates and the driver Jennifer Main. Number 3 is Duck Duck Dragon, owned and trained by David Warnstaff of Ashley, Ohio. The driver is Emma Wahlberg. Number 4 is Magic Shark, owned by Gary Wilmoth of Erie, Michigan, trained by Becky Zubkoff. The driver Lauren Harmon. Number 5 is Regan's Art, owned by Mikhail Pappas of Brownstown, Michigan, trained by Elizabeth Tolley, the driver Leslie Joyce. And number 6 is Evening Stars Rhapsody, owned by Ivy Holdings of Apple Creek, Ohio, trained by Robbie Brooks, the driver Mandy Jones. Horses will take one long score and go to the gate. Mute your windows, closing in 4 minutes.
All right, going back to our introduction, the 4 Magic Shark, Lauren Harmon, in the bike for Becky Zuboff. This is a 9-year-old gelding by Shady Shark, Hanover. Last win did come wire to wire back in a free-for-all. What is that track?
Where you at now?
A Magic Shark. I'm assuming that is, I don't know, that Magic Shark 3 back. What is that track, Doug?
Well, I got a free-for-all FW. Would that be a Michigan fair? But you know they don't chart a lot in Michigan.
What are the initials?
Yep.
The one I'm looking at, there is an FWVL.
Fowlerville, Michigan.
And then what about?
Okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah,
Fowlerville,
but it caught me off guard because most of the time in the past they haven't charted it.
Yeah.
What about HSTNG?
Hastings.
Ah, thank you, Matt.
Hastings.
Sorry about that, everyone.
On
So
this
there
note,
we go at Hastings.
The 4-horse here. I just opened up Facebook and saw that Lauren's dad, Donnie Harmon, was in a bad accident.
Oh, he was?
Monday, yeah. 2 fractures in his shoulder.
Where was that at?
That was in Michigan, and I forget what fair they were at, even at Michigan. But there is a GoFundMe out there for him, and they're trying to raise medical expenses. Like, this is what he does. He's a horseman. So, I mean, he drives and trains horses for a living, and he's got 2 fractures in his shoulder and not going to be able to do that for quite some time.
Well, we will try to find that GoFundMe and share that on Facebook. Wishing him, Don, a very speedy recovery.
He's one of my favorite people in the world. Just a super nice guy.
5 is Riggins Art. Leslie Joyce drives, 70,000 lifetime. Was a winner 4 back on July 15th at Oak Harbor. Leslie Joyce did drive. That was in the ladies' series.
The 6, Mandy Jones, will drive Evening Stars Rhapsody for Robert Brooks. This is just a 3-year-old filly by Racing Hill. She has 17 lifetime starts, only 1 win that came back just 2 starts ago at Northfield, the non-winners of 1 with a claiming tag. Mile did go in 1:55 and 4, $21,000 made lifetime. Here is a field of 6 for this 3rd and final division of the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series.
Magic Shark and Riggins Art scoring in that order from the rail out in the first tier. Evening Stars Rhapsody is the trailer. Here they come. They're off and pacing. The first horse away is Duck Duck Dragon. At the rail second is Black Tilly. Up on the outside third comes Magic Shark. 4 wide around that turn comes Riggins Art. Down at the rail 5th, that's Headbanger. And the last horse is Evening Stars Rhapsody. As they make the turn now, heading down the backside to race over toward that quarter-mile mark, Emma Wahlberg has Duck Duck Dragon on top. On the outside second, that's Riggins Art, driven by Leslie Joyce. At the rail third is Black Tilly, driven by Christina Johnson. Racing in their 4th down the backside, that is Headbanger, driven by Jennifer Main. Racing in their 5th down the backside, that is Magic Shark, driven by Lauren Harmon. The last horse, Evening Stars Rhapsody, driven by Mandy Jones.
29 and 2.
First quarter was paced in 29 and 2/5 seconds. 6 pacers in straight alignment, racing around that upper turn to come down past the stand for the first time. That is Riggins Art bringing the horses down to the half. Along with that's Duck Duck Dragon to bring the horses to the half. At the rail second, that is Riggins Art. On the outside third comes Black Tilly, and right there 4th is Headbanger. First half paced in 1 minute and 4/5 seconds. That's still Duck Duck Dragon with the lead. Riggins Art racing there second. Racing along third is Black Tilly. 4th along the rail is Headbanger. On the outside 4th now comes Magic Shark. The last horse, Evening Stars Rhapsody. Going toward that 3/4 mile mark, all 6 horses are well bunched. That's still Duck Duck Dragon with the lead. At the rail second, that's Riggins Art. Past the 3/4, that's still Duck Duck Dragon and Riggins Art. 3/4 in 1:30 and 2/5 as they race around that upper turn to head for Patriot. Now Leslie Joyce finds space to get out. That's Duck Duck Dragon along the rail and Riggins Art on the outside as they turn for home. Duck Duck Dragon at the rail, Riggins Art on the outside. Duck Duck Dragon and Riggins Art as they race through the lane. Duck Duck Dragon at the rail, Riggins Art on the outside. Past the stands, it's going to be tight at the wire though. It looks like Riggins Art. Duck Duck Dragon up for place. Tight for show there between Headbanger and Evening Stars Rhapsody. How about that for a horse race?
2 minutes and 1.
1 mile in 2 minutes and 1/5.
How about that for a horse race? I thought Duck Duck Dragon was home free, put
I
in a
did
couple
too.
steps
I
there.
did too.
Yeah.
When
Even
the gate,
rated mile.
Yeah.
Even rated mile.
When the gate comes through here at the start, you can see there's a couple spots where the wing dips a little bit, and it kind of looked like, just maybe not, maybe might have hit a little dip in the track or something like that and threw him off for a couple steps. But Riggins Art, big mile there too. Raced great.
29 and 2, a minute 4/5, 1:30 and 2 home, and 2 minutes and a fifth. As we mentioned, Riggins Art was a winner at Oak Harbor in 58 and 1 in the Ladies Driving Series, sponsored by Springhaven Farm.
The victory marks just the third of the year and 13 starts for the 7-year-old.
Leslie Joyce, she go back to back?
No, I think
No, Jennifer Main.
yeah, Jennifer Main did win it last.
Leslie Joyce, yes, she finished second.
Into the winner's circle, where the winners go. Coming in from Brownstown, Michigan, comes number 5, Riggins Art. All by Mikkel Pappas, trained by Elizabeth Tolley, and driven to victory this evening by Leslie Joyce. The blanket for this race is courtesy of Moose Lodge, number 788 of Napoleon. Let's do a big hand here for David Tolley, Leslie Joyce, and Riggins Art. And the Moose Lodge, number 788 of Napoleon, the donors of the blanket. Here are the official placings for race 15 from the top. Number 1, Black Tilly was 6th. Number 2, Headbanger was 3rd. Number 3, Duck Duck Dragon was 2nd. Number 4, Magic Shark was 5th. Number 5, Riggins Art was the winner. And number 6, Evening Stars Rhapsody was 4th. Time of the first quarter was 29 and 2/5. The half was in a minute and 4/5. The 3 quarters in 1:30 and 2/5, with a mile in 2 minutes and 1/5. From the top it should read 6:32.514, a mile in 2 minutes and 1/5.
$120 on the winner.
And the
Holy
try,
smokes, I
the
didn't
try
even
was covered.
The try was covered. What's I can't
$112.
$112.20?
Yeah. They're still betting some money down there,
Yeah.
even
That'd
15
been nice to
races
had
in.
$2 to win on the and had to try.
Sure.
The exacta went 5 all, $7.
Isn't it?
But isn't that
It's
funny?
so funny. You never know at county fair racing. You can see a horse pay $220 to win and $29 to place. That happens.
Yep. Well, Doug, it has been a fantastic couple of days
Yes.
here at Henry County Napoleon. Any final
No.
final thoughts?
I enjoyed a good night with Matt Clark and working with you as always.
It has been fantastic. Next, we are at
We'll all three be at Greenville, but I won't be in with you guys. You're there Friday.
yes, there
Okay.
Friday.
I'll be calling the races. So
But regardless, tomorrow at Rock Springs.
Yep.
tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock, I believe, post time at Rock Springs. Let me check to make sure.
Yep, 1 o'clock post.
Is it 1 o'clock
Yep.
post? Just 6 races, and they're back out there at the Meigs County Fair at Rock Springs at 1 o'clock on Friday
as well.
And then Friday evening it is a 6:30 post time at Greenville with 12 races. Saturday at Greenville, 5:30 post time. So
Okay.
you people out there listening, 5:30 post time Saturday at Greenville with 15. So that wraps it up from Napoleon, Ohio. Doug Ballinger, Ashley Daly, and Matt Clark. So long. Till the next time.
This has been Ohio County Fair Racing. Ohio County Fair Racing has been presented by Midland Acres, thestable.ca, Dublin Valley Farms, Big D Tack and Vet Supply, and the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center. Ohio County Fair Racing is a presentation of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association.